Select Board, and this is the regular meeting of the Select Board for February 11, 2025. First item on the agenda is I'd like to move that the Select Board go into executive session for the purpose stated in item 2 of the agenda, that is discussing strategy related to bargaining with union employees, which must be discussed in executive session because an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining position of the town, and the chair so declares an executive session therefore to be necessary. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. We will return to open session after our executive session. Thank you. Good evening. I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the regular meeting of the Select Board for February 11th, 2025. Let's start off with announcements from the Select Board. I'd like to say a couple things to start off with. The Black population in Brookline is minuscule due to a history of federal, state, and local governmental acts and acts of private citizens and businesses, particularly by banks. But those few Black people who have made Brookline their home over town are true giants. I have some sad news about one of those giants and then some joyful news about another. First, the sad news. On Thursday, February 6th, Brookline resident Fletcher Flash Wiley died at age 82. He got the nickname Flash for his speed on the football field. Flash Wiley was the first Black chairman of the Greater Boston Chamber of Commerce and a prominent Boston lawyer, business person, and civic activist. He graduated from the Air Force Academy, was a Fulbright scholar in Paris, had a master's degree in public policy from the Kennedy School, and a law degree from Harvard Law School. Flash Wiley lived with his wife, Benna in Brookline for many years until Flash entered hospice care at Spalding Hospital in Cambridge. Benna Wiley founded and led the Partnership, a nonprofit dedicated to bringing professionals of color to Boston, which their son Pratt Wiley now heads. So it's really sad that Flash Wiley, who Black lawyers throughout the town knew and looked up to and was mentored by. It's very sad that he has passed away. Second, the joyful news. Beginning last Saturday and going through June 22nd, 2025, the Museum of Fine Arts will be presenting an exhibit of the art of 51-year Brookline resident John Wilson. The title of the exhibit is Witnessing Humanity, the Art of John Wilson. I was privileged to have an advanced view of the exhibit, and it is quite moving. Include one of the maquettes of the bust of Martin Luther King, of which another one is here in Town Hall on the first floor, and multiple versions of the drawing of King, one iteration of which hung in the old Pierce School and will be rehung when the new Pierce is completed. The exhibition also includes many other pieces that connect to Brookline, including drawings and paintings of his children and their friends from Brookline. His kids and grandchildren attended the Pierce School, so that's very a strong connection to Pierce. Both of these events, the sad one as well as the joyful one, are relevant to our recognition of Black History Month. So, thank you. Any other comments from the Select Board? John?
One comment about someone who is well known to many of us who have served at town meeting over the years, because he himself has served at town meeting over the years. He's been very visible in Brookline for many reasons. What I did not know about Andrew Fisher is that he's an author as well. And he has written something called The Eye and Other Tales, A History of Jewish Family Survival. And, excuse me, he's going to be telling stories from that book tomorrow, February 12th, 1 to 2 p.m. At the Senior Center. To give you sort of the flavor of the book, it tells stories such as of survivors Jan Fisher, who survived Stalin's labor camps, Lydia Zilberstein, who evaded the Nazi death camps that claimed most of her family, only to survive 2 years in Siberia before meeting Jan in Egypt. And that's just two examples of many unique stories that are in that Andrew writes about in his book. So congratulations to Andrew on the delivery of this book to the public. And I wish everyone who's interested to call the Senior Center to register to be in the audience tomorrow when Andrew does readings from his book 1 to 2 p.m. And also he'll have signed copies of the book at that event.
Thank you, John. I didn't realize that was our Andrew.
Our Andy. Our Andy. He might even show up tonight. I don't know.
Yeah, okay. Paul.
Yep. Thank you, Bernard. Thank you, John, for highlighting that. I wanted to just bring to your attention, the public's attention, that the Comprehensive Plan Steering Committee is still actively working. And we achieved a significant milestone last night after lots of research and over 10,000 pieces of feedback that we got from the community through surveys and workshops. We have agreed on the 6 themes of the comprehensive plan. And I just want to make sure that the public knows that and put it into the public record. They are expanding housing options, which is number 1. 2 is livable neighborhoods. The 3rd is thriving commercial areas. You'll appreciate that, Michael. Mobility and accessibility, climate action and resilience, And the last one is community well-being. So this would address kind of the key public services that we need to keep our community healthy. So those are the six. That's going to drive much of the work that we do in the coming months, and the research that we'll do, and additional feedback to the community for their input. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or updates? Okay, we're now at public comment, but before you lay out the rules, let me just say something. So the Washington Street project is on the agenda for later in the evening, and I will allow comments from the audience on the project at that time. So you should not waste this time for your comments. I propose that we set aside no more than 45 minutes to hear from the public on the Design Review Committee's proposal. I think it is important to know that although this project is a state project, it is not the state that will act on most of the concerns of our residents. Rather, it is the town that must address most of those concerns. And unless anyone on the select board objects, I will commit the select board to making sure that the town does so. So with that, I see no objection, by the way. With that, Tiffany, would you like to lay out the rules for public comment?
Yes, thank you for joining us for public comment. This is an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. Once 15 minutes has been met, there's an opportunity at the conclusion of the select board's business for additional comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. We'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining, and when your time is up, please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you're welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. Any person speaking tonight must begin their comment by identifying themselves with their full name and either their Brookline precinct number or street address. The first speaker signed up in advance is Liz Linder.
Thank you. Liz Linder, town meeting member for Precinct 4 and candidate for Select Board. And this is about the Statement of Work for Public Schools of Brookline audit. And I encourage you to approve the Statement of Work for the Public Schools of Brookline audit. The claim of financial mismanagement by a senior school official, coupled with recent cost overruns and significant deficits projected in fiscal year 2026, warrant review by an independent third party. The audit and recommendations to follow would be an important step to ensure confidence in the community that there is transparency and oversight to improve financial management within the school system, which is one of Brookline's significant public resources. I appreciate the work of the town school partnership and its collaboration with the school committee to address this, and believe our best solutions come from listening, working together, and a commitment to address the concerns of our residents. And thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Blair Hines.
Thank you. Thank you. For the record, Blair Hines, 745 Heath Street, Precinct 15, and I will be brief. I understand that you will be hearing from the planning office about the Chestnut Hill commercial area. And I would like to request to the select board that this development of a draft zoning article include neighborhood representatives. The concern to date has been that the neighborhood has only been in a reactive negative response to proposals that come before the Chestnut Hill Commercial Area Study Committee. And we would like to have a more positive role. And we think that we can work with the understanding that at the same time, there needs to be, a reasonable accommodation for the adjacent residents. At least speaking for myself, I'm very well aware as a planning board member of the long-term need in this town for more commercial development in this area. So again, my ask is that members of the community are included in the development of draft zoning. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Janice Kahn.
Thank you very much, Janice Kahn. I'm a town meeting member in Precinct 15, and I'd like to actually follow up Blair's comments. So the effort of the Chestnut Hill Commercial Area Study Community Advisory Group is actually a sort of a parallel or a companion to what was done in Brookline Village, where they had a Brookline Village Visioning Group. In that group, nearly everybody was either a resident of the area or was connected to the neighborhood, including the business community, member of the business community was part of that. And so the community, I think, had an opportunity to be heard. The community advisory group that was set up for this effort, in contrast, has no one from Heath Street, which is a major part of this commercial area. And I am in closest proximity to it, but really there are not people who live in the area actually on this, nor is there anybody who represents the business community in this group. And so it's a very different in feeling effort. And so so I wanted to just add a little bit of perspective that what the town is doing now in this last large commercial area in the town that has tremendous opportunities to benefit the entire town, that it's not really a tabula rasa, that we have in the community have worked with the planning board, the planning department over the years. In fact, over the last 25 years in developing design guidelines, the Chestnut Village Alliance, which includes both Brookline and Newton area as an overlay district, also had guidelines and suggestions which were submitted to the comprehensive plan, the last comprehensive plan. And so we've always been taking a very active and positive role in wanting to do more and wanting to really benefit the town as a whole. And I think that part of that is also feeling like that we have a real role and voice. And so
30 seconds.
thank you. And so I urge the select board, I will send you these documents that show the work that we've done to date in the area, and hope that you also encourage more of the participation and keeping the neighborhood really more involved in the process. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes speakers who signed up in advance of the meeting. If there are individuals in the room who wish to speak on an item unrelated to Washington Street, you please indicate your desire to speak. If you're online, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature at this time. Okay, there are approximately 25 individuals in the room and 20 online, and no one else is indicating their desire to speak during public comment at this time.
Thank you, Tiffany. Okay, next, miscellaneous calendar. First of all, I move that we vote to approve the minutes from February 4th, 2025, unless someone has any edits or corrections to those minutes. Seeing none, all in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Jeff?
Just before you vote the rest, we did receive a request to pull 5G out
Right.
which is there, and we also need to postpone 5C. We just need to take a look, another look at those numbers, so that will come back before you. So it'll be 5B and then 5D through 5F.
Okay. 5F, I thought it was 5G.
5G is the scope of the audit.
Right, okay, so I was gonna just pull that out and let you speak on it. Okay, now I next moved for approval of items 5B, 5D through 5G, except for 5G, which we're pulling out, and I'd like Chaz to give a presentation on 5G, which is the school department audit.
Sure.
And then we'll vote under the session on all of them.
Okay, thank you. This is a process that has been ongoing since the public disclosure that on the public school side of the budget, there is both a significant current shortfall in operating budget within the current fiscal year FY25 and a larger projected shortfall in the budget for FY26. There is also out there a complaint that was raised in public by a senior member of the administration regarding some of the operations there. All three of those things were causes for concern, and the school committee, the select board, the advisory committee, all of which are constituent bodies of the town school meeting partnership, the town school partnership, decided that it was necessary to engage an outside entity or firm to take a look at these three issues. The scope of work that's in the select board's packet has been developed over the course of several meetings and back and forths with the school committee, the advisory committee, and the town school partnership where there is select board representation. The aim of this is to move expeditiously. We need to move quickly on this so that you can see the scope of work here suggests a 6-week timeline. We intend to go out and get quotes from reputable firms. We already have an internal list that we are working on to move forward with this. So we are presenting this to the select board tonight, to the school committee on Thursday night, with the intention of getting quotes as soon as possible thereafter and moving expeditiously to address this. I do want to say that I think that there are a variety of issues here, and I would encourage the public to, while following along, not necessarily to jump to one conclusion or another. I think, as you can see throughout the state, there are issues with education, the costs of education, and the revenues not keeping up with those costs that are distinct in many different communities. The issues that affected Brockton, for example, and North Andover are not necessarily the conditions that are impacting Brookline currently, although there may be some overlap. I think there are statewide issues and there are local issues. That's the point of this operation. So I would just encourage folks to let this process play out and let us get a firm understanding in advance of the passing of the budget for FY26, what's going on here and what we can do to prevent it from happening again.
Thank you. Paul?
Yep, I just have a quick question and a comment. And thank you, Chaz, for that explanation. First, I want to thank you and staff and certainly the town school partnership and the audit committee and the advisory committee for coming together and specifically the school committee for proactively reaching out to do this work, recognizing that it's really important that an independent review be done. But also, I think as an earlier speaker had said, that it's critical that we maintain the confidence of the public, that that funds are being properly managed and distributed in a way that is not only planned for, but also meeting state and federal regulations that are required. So I really do appreciate the town school partnership willing to step up and do this, because this is not typically what it does. But my question is related to, in the school committee's packet for Thursday, they also have a memorandum of agreement example from North Andover.
Yes.
And I was hoping maybe you could speak to why that's there and, what is that about and what might come next?
Sure. So in the town of North Andover, a very similar situation occurred last year. In fact, it happened later in the budget process. In April or late March, I believe, there was a situation in which, very similarly, there was a report to the school committee. Turns out not only are we in deficit this year, but we have a major deficit in the coming fiscal year. And as a response to that, their town administrator had to institute drastic budget cuts on the town side, reductions in services, hiring freezes, and so forth. And then a very similar process played out, which is they brought on outside help to determine the scope of the problem. And then when those reports were brought back to them, the constituent bodies of their town school partnership, their advisory committee, their select board, their school committee entered into a binding memorandum of agreement with each other, where they said, we're going to help each other out to get through this problem. But as a way to ensure that we actually do that and to rebuild the public confidence, here are the things that are going to be required. And that is increased transparency, increased fiscal controls, mandatory trainings required for individuals with purchasing responsibilities. And again, some of those things are going to be relevant here and some of them aren't. But I think it's important for the community to know, and you can see in the memo that I sent to the town school partnership, that's where we're going here.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, so with that, I move approval of items 5B through 5G, excluding 5C. In this fashion, all in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Next Looks like the agenda was changed a little bit, so we have interviews for the Transportation Board next. Okay, let's start off with Samuel Beaker. Is he in the room? Great. We're trying to make the interviews of all the candidates consistent. So we're going to be asking each one of the candidates the same question, maybe with a little deviation. So just be aware that that's going to happen. So present, tell us a little bit about yourself and why you want to be on the Transportation Board.
Sure. My name is Samuel Beaker. I go by Eli. I'm a resident of Brookline for the past 4 years. I've got an interest in transportation from the standpoint of basically the non-car user. I am an avid cyclist, use public transportation, I walk, and I just want to bring that perspective to the Transportation Board.
Okay, well, let me start off by asking you, what do you think is the biggest transportation challenge facing our town, or challenges facing our town, and how would you like to see them addressed?
I think the challenges in transportation that our town is facing are the challenges that most places across the U.S. are facing, which is balancing a traditional reliance on cars while also looking towards our climate goals that we've set for our town. I think that, we need, by promoting alternative transportation, bicycles, scooters, whatever it is, we can find a way to make the town more accessible for everybody. And also, like I said, work towards the climate goals.
Right. So who would like to ask question 2?
Why don't I jump in?
Okay, John, you jump in.
We really do have these questions written down, so.
I mean, it can deviate a little bit.
Yeah, no, I'll try not to lose the sense of the question. This comes about because, we often hear from residents every now and then that maybe they feel unsafe using a crosswalk on a busy street. That's just one example. What improvements might you recommend to our street crosswalks and our other infrastructure that is of special interest to pedestrians?
I think the biggest thing that we can do is maintenance of crosswalks and sidewalks. I think especially if you, I've noticed walking around Brookline that the sidewalks are uneven, cracked. And so if the sidewalks are uneven and cracked and not accessible, then the crosswalks are going to be not well used. So I think by, increasing how we maintain our facilities, that will help. The other thing that I'm a big proponent of is the sidewalk bump outs that were instituted on places like Babcock Street, which reduce the crossing time for pedestrians. I think things like that are very good because they also slow down cars and help them focus on, the intersection that they're going through.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me just say that these questions were offered to us by the staff liaison to the Transportation Board. So these weren't things that I invented.
Right.
So who would like to do the third question? Mike?
Well,
look
actually, I have,
interested in doing it.
as usual, I have a question that's off the map here. But it does relate to the third question, which is how would you balance the needs of different community members and so forth? And you've spoken a bit to that. One of the things that you mentioned is the concept of complete streets, which basically looks at a street and suggests ways to make it safer for pedestrians, cyclists, and keep vehicular traffic operating at a reasonable speed. There's a problem with that sometimes. If you attempt to look at every single street that you're perhaps repaving or doing some maintenance work on, Because it's very easy to get really get overwhelmed. And so my question is really, how do you prioritize in your view between where you spend your time and effort and money and where you wait and perhaps wait to spend it differently or less of it?
Sure. I think priorities come through usage. A highly used street deserves a higher priority. As I mentioned, Babcock, which underwent this review. That was a great use of the complete streets guidelines and that time. You know, on contrary to that, I would say something like, you know, parts of like Toxteth don't need a complete streets overhaul at the moment because most of the people that use that street are residents of that area. So I think, you know, again, you focus on usage and also how that main thoroughfare that you're looking at kind of feeds into the side streets.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from the select board, David?
I'll ask this of everybody, but just reading over your resume, you worked for the Boston Transportation Department.
Yep.
Could you describe what your role was there and what you took from that experience that you would apply here?
Sure. So when I was with BTD, I was part of the Boston Bikes program as a youth cycling instructor. So I worked in schools teaching kids bike safety, how to ride a bike if they didn't know. Took them on rides in the neighborhood and then some basic bike maintenance things. I think the thing I took from that is that most people enjoy biking and they see it as a really great way to get around their community. You know, I think the idea of like a bike bus, if you're not familiar, where, you know, they have, you know, groups usually led by a teacher or a parent, basically do a convoy of bikes to school. And I think that a lot of kids would love to bike to school. But unfortunately, in a lot of places that may not be feasible just because of the way the roads are set up.
Great, thank you.
Great.
So we'll be making our decision on appointments to the Transportation Board at a later meeting, but we appreciate your application and your presentation here today.
All right, thank you all.
Yeah. Okay, next, Gareth Lawson. So why don't you start off by telling a little bit about yourself and why you want to be on the Transportation Board?
Certainly. Good evening. I'm Gareth Lawson. Happy to have the opportunity. Thank you for considering my application. I have a lot of respect for the Transportation Board and for the work it does. I'd be very excited to be a part of it. In terms of the perspectives, I think that I'd bring, I'm a parent of 2 high schoolers, 1 middle schooler at Baker School. So I'm very attuned to the kind of needs of families with school-age kids and with working parents. And secondly, I live in South Brookline, you know, so I think I'd bring that perspective to the board, which I think would probably be, I'd hope would be beneficial. In terms of expertise, I'm not a transportation professional. I'm a scientist, so I'm data-driven. I'm very logical. My wife would say too logical, annoyingly logical. But I do have experience working in transportation issues in the town. I was on the Safe Routes to School task force, which you may be familiar with, or if not, it works to promote safe routes to school for children and promote modes of transportation other than single occupant cars. And so I was on the committee, the task force, pardon me, for 5 years. I co-chaired it for 3 years, and I think we achieved a lot in those 3 years. I'm quite proud of the work that we did. And through that, I've been exposed to a lot of the issues facing the town, and I've worked with a lot of the sort of organizations, the Bike Advisory Committee, the Pedestrian Advisory Committee, Police Department, Transportation Division, who I have a tremendous amount of respect for. In terms of the issues, well, I guess we'll get to that in the questions.
Yeah,
but
let us
I'll leave
ask
that, yeah.
questions about that.
So I'd be happy to be on the committee. I also think Samuel sounds terrific, and I think Richard is also terrific. So I think the town's going to do well out of this process.
Great. The first question we have is, what do you think are the biggest transportation challenges facing our town? And how would you like to see them addressed?
Yeah, I'm going to go with safety. You know, I was at the transportation board meeting shortly after the woman was, tragically killed on Washington Street. So I'm proud that we've gone with the Vision Zero, and I think that that's incredibly important. One of the things that I promoted in my neighborhood was the traffic calming on Beverly Road, which only really happened after a kid got hit on a skateboard on the way to school. And that sort of being reactive to safety issues is really frustrating. And I think being proactive is the way to go. I will second everything Samuel said about, meeting climate goals and increasing the use of modes of transportation other than cars, but I'm going to put safety as top of my personal list.
So who would like to ask the second question?
Could you jump in?
John, Paul?
No, go ahead.
All right.
Oh,
Okay.
John, let's not fight over it.
Yeah, exactly. I can't tell if we're fighting to do it or not to be the one who asks it. Do you want me to ask it? Yeah, yeah. Okay, great. So as I did ask the prior applicant, thinking about crosswalks, busy streets, heavily trafficked streets, and thinking about pedestrians in particular, but not only pedestrians. What improvements do you think you would be inclined to recommend to maximize people's safety in those situations?
Yeah, I guess I'm going to answer by saying that I'm not a transportation expert. So I'm not going to make suggestions for specific improvements. I will say that the Transportation Division are experts, and when they make recommendations, I would take them seriously. So when they recommended the no right on red signs for all intersections with a dedicated pedestrian phase, if I had been on the T-board, I would have enthusiastically voted yes. So I guess that's not necessarily the best answer in terms of your specific question, but I think that's the way that the Transportation Board sort of functions, and I'd be,
That's fine. Thanks.
Paul?
I guess I'll ask one. So first, I do want to acknowledge that you are a specialist in codfish. And you have discovered that there are actually 5 major population schools of codfish. We always thought there was only 2, and now you've discovered that there's 5. So I just want everybody to know this guy knows about codfish. I do read the stuff, and I Google quite well.
That's great.
So thank you for all your work, because I happen to love codfish. Can you talk a little bit about how to balance the needs of different community members? Tonight, we're going to have a public hearing on complete streets for Washington Street. There's a lot of concerns about the impact on various users and the benefits for various users. Can you talk about how you find balance?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a firm believer in the public process. So I think that that's the way, people participating in the transportation meetings through comment, and then through, the sort of longer process like the Washington Street redesign. I think it's a matter of listening to all the perspectives and then, arriving at a decision.
Paul? And I'm sorry. Get my eyes
You
straight.
mentioned in
David.
your application that one of your local experiences was as co-chair your last few years on the Brookline Safe Routes to Schools task force. And I'm wondering what you took from that experience that you would apply to the challenges ahead.
Yeah, I think that what I enjoyed most about that was the cross-pollination with the Bike Advisory Committee, the Pedestrian Advisory Committee, and kind of coming up with common concerns about safety. And I think that in terms of one of the other questions of, what the sort of how to prioritize projects, I think that looking to those bodies who have thought very carefully about all the issues, about every last street, and set priorities, I think that is a sensible kind of way to go. So I think that looking to the different town bodies that have thoughts on the matter is a main thing that I've taken from that experience.
Mike?
As you may know, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts does not currently allow speed cameras or red light cameras, but there is some movement in the legislature towards allowing those. And I wonder whether if the legislature gave local option the ability to put up cameras either for speed or red lights, that's something that you would support.
That's an interesting question. I guess that I would go into any T-board meeting prepared, having read all the documents in front of me and, come to an informed opinion. My off-the-cuff opinion is, yes, I'd be in favor. They did it in Toronto. I'm from Canada originally. They did it in Toronto some years ago. It made a ton of money and was effective until a new mayor came into town.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And as I said to the other applicant, we will be making our decision at a later meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is Richard Murphy.
Evening, everybody. Richard Murphy, Town Meeting Menu 16. My wife and I, we currently live on Baker Circle, in South Brookline. Ironically, I went to Baker School, so living on Baker Circle. I'm currently a town meeting member, have been for about 4+ years, on my second term. So fortunate the residents of South Brookline have kept me in office. Through that, I've kind of concentrated in 2 areas, the environment, tree canopy, and protecting like Puttingham Woods, for example. I co-chair that. And the other one is roadway safety. I think it's a little bit in my blood that I come from a family of police officers, and my father and my uncles were all police officers in Brookline back in the 40s. And they were like by the book. And the rule of thought was, if you're going to do something, do it right, and, or don't do it at all. In hearing a lot of concerns from South Brookline, we're constantly hearing crashes. There's over 100 car crashes in South Brookline every year. Number one cause, speed. When I talked to the Brookline police, they were able to give me crash data for all the accidents that have happened over the last 10 years. So I've gone in and evaluated as far as the roadways, the main roadways in South Brookline, and really kind of get some data in order to evaluate the situation. Some of you know that, I've put together a roadmap for roadway safety improvements from South Brookline. It did start with some high school girls who said that, hey, I want to be able to ride to Brookline High School and get there safely, but there's no way for me to get there safely. So between residents concerned about crashes and the speed of vehicles, I put together a pretty comprehensive plan that was 3.5 miles of length. And through that whole process was a complete learning. In my private side for work, I'm a director of sales, and I have been for 10 years. I've worked for Campbell Soups and Butoni Pasta, and currently with Rise Bakery in the division of Table Talk. But I've handled multi-million-dollar companies such as Stop and Shop, Shaw's, and I've developed sales strategies, promotional budgets, and basically setting the strategy and based on the data that I have, and being able to take that and apply it to the roadways of what I hear from constituents and their concerns. I thought I evaluated and got feedback as far as putting together a solid roadway plan. So from that, I'm also on the Shared Mobility Committee. I'm on the Tree Protection Committee with Nancy Heller. And I'm on the Comprehensive Steering Committee right now. So engagement is a big piece in order to basically have a greater understanding of all the needs that are involved. I think transportation is something that I will be able to contribute a good matter based on my learnings and continued learnings as we continue to communicate among all ourselves.
Great, thank you. First question is, what do you think are the biggest transportation challenges facing our town, and how would you like to see them addressed?
Well, the one that I tell people when we talk about either roadway designs and everything, everyone starts with one thing. It's the budget. All right. So in order to achieve any success as far as any kind of improvements, the budget is really where it really starts. The engineering department, along with Aaron Shute and Amy Ingalls and Sam Dowles, they have been fantastic as far as hearing what I have and basically trying to evaluate each roadway situation. It's a matter of whether it's a complete street situation which is mostly, I believe, is you focus on the roadways if that takes place, but most of the other side roadways is just trying to keep good condition roadways.
Would like to take question two.
Sure.
John again?
John, doing good.
There I go. Hey, Richard, and as a town meeting member, you may have actually experienced this. If a number of people came to you and said, you know, that crosswalk at whatever, the intersection of, we all agree we don't feel safe using that crosswalk. What would be your approach to trying to address their concerns about the use of a particular crosswalk?
Well, I think the first part is to make sure that you hear what they're saying, take the information in. Being, if I was on the transportation board, I would consult with fellow members on the board, evaluate, visit the site as one big piece, and probably get my measuring tape out, you know, as far as evaluating it. And basically, I always believe that get all the data that you can, whether it's from people or from physical aspects of it, to basically give you all the options as far as that. And it's always in life, it's always best to have options. So that would be my first and overall strategy.
Thanks. Paul?
I hope this is not on the list of questions. I hope I can ask a
Well,
little different. It's similar, but
okay.
it's similar to engagement number 3, but if you could speak a little bit about the differences, and it's actually great that there's 2 people tonight from South Brookline.
Yes.
Are there differences? Are there different issues that South Brookline faces with respect to the public way, roadway safety, transportation issues than North Brookline? Are there differences, or?
I think the differences of the road design is different from north to south. If you travel through South Brookline, you will find most of the main roadways are all two lanes of traffic in each direction, versus North Brookline, obviously going down Harvard Street, or, you know, with the exception of Beacon Street, everything else in North Brookline is mostly a single lane. And what that creates is speed. The idea of, we have posted 25-mile-an-hour speed limits, but when you introduce, like on Clyde and Lee Street, you know, which is a big challenge, it's a straightaway. The idea of someone driving 25 miles an hour, honestly, it's a challenge to do that. It almost feels like you're in a funeral march as far as driving down a roadway like that. So, you know, I've been an advocate as far as like with the roadway study that I put together, that the West Roxbury Parkway currently over where I comes off my street where I live in off of Baker is a single lane, and traffic moves along fine. And the beauty of that is you can only go as fast as the person in front of you. So it's a way to kind of put a governor on the speed limit in there by only allowing one lane. And it has operated, it runs kind of perpendicular to Grove Street, for example. You know, most of the accidents happening on Grove Street versus West Roxbury Parkway along that stretch of Puttingham Circle.
Okay, thank you.
So we want to make sure that every applicant gets to answer the same questions. So I'm going to ask the final question, although other people can ask special ones if you want. How would you balance the needs of different community members, such as drivers, pedestrians, cyclists, and public transit users, when making transportation decisions?
I think first off, it's the you know, the size of the roadway. You know, everyone has, you know, there's a great line by Mass DOT. It says that basically every driver, every passenger, every pedestrian should be certain that they are going to arrive at a destination safely every time, you know? So I think with that overarching theme that, you know what, we need to provide safety. We got to do it smart. It's got to make sense. And not everything fits, you know, can't put a square peg in a round hole sometimes, you know? So I think, you know, you have to look at what the objectives are and what the roadway allows you to do.
So, David?
I noticed in your application materials that you mentioned being on the shared mobility committee. What have you taken from that experience that you would apply to the transportation board?
Working with, well, first off, we focus on MBTA as far as transit. They just did a way over station behind Pearl Street Garage, where they're connecting Brookline to the seaport now. Blue bike stations, as far as other modes of transportation, as far as, we achieve zero carbon by 2050. And those will be the two big things that we've been working on lately. Bicycle lanes do play in a part, obviously. We have just began discussions around scooters and the challenges that are safety challenges that are around that particular mode of transportation. Speed of the vehicles, helmet requirement are a couple of things just to name.
Great.
And in doing that, David, if I may elaborate, is that I've worked with State Rep Bill McGregor, who has South Brookline as his area, and we've coordinated with the city of Boston through him, and try to basically improve. Bike stations are one thing that Lyft, who owns them, is they determine the location, but you have to be like within a half mile of the next blue bike station. So it basically calls for more of a longer term, or we're putting together what would be a master plan to try to connect West Roxbury to Brighton through South Brookline. So it will probably take 10 years to get there, but we will have a plan.
Great, thank you. And as I've said, we're going to be making our decisions at a later select board meeting, but I appreciate your application to this.
No, thank you for your time, and I appreciate your consideration for me for the Transportation Board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, while Tiffany is setting up, announce that our next item for discussion is going to be the Washington Street Complete Streets Project. I'm sorry.
We got the concert, right?
Conservation annual report.
Oh, okay, okay, was gonna, got it, sorry. Don't take offense. My agenda was just out of order.
Yeah, thank you so much to the select board for having us this evening. I know this annual report is a new item on our agenda and kind of a new process, and we really appreciate the opportunity to come and speak this evening. So we're going to go through really to give an update what the Conservation Commission's mission is, and then kind of key issues, things we're working on, and what our role is. That sounds good.
Can you state who you are?
Oh, yes. I am Marcus Quigley. I'm the chair of the Conservation Commission. I've been on the commission for about 15 years now and a resident since 1998. So I've been here. Maybe I'm new to town. Yeah. Great. So let's jump in with the
Hit the right arrow.
first slide. Oh, yeah, great. I get to control this. All right. So what is the Conservation Commission? Explicitly, our mission is to promote, and I'll just read this because it's on our website as well, and I think it's important for folks to see how we describe ourselves. Promote the proactive administration of environmental laws, policies, open space protection and management, water management, preservation of natural features of the environment, and coordination for joint action with many town bodies. So that's a pretty big mandate, I think. But let me talk about some of the specifics in some more detail. We are, as Massachusetts, I think is interesting at the kind of national scale. We're a volunteer commission in the town that is charged with protection of natural resources. Specifically, we are the administrators and enforcers of the State Wetland Protection Act on both public and private lands. In addition, we play a number of other important roles. So we have a role relative to the state. We also are the administrators for the Brookline Wetland bylaw. So there's kind of two jurisdictions that on a regular basis we're meeting about and administering. We also play an important role in advising the town and act as a resource. I think we would actually encourage folks to engage with us. We have an incredible group of people with deep expertise and experience and longstanding
participation in the commission. And we really are available to engineering, DPW, Parks and Rec, the public, landowners on a regular basis as a way to engage on natural resources and wetlands issues and open space as well. We also are the overseers of the town of Brookline's sanctuaries. I'll talk about that a little bit more. But we're actually the owners, and we're responsible for making decisions on a regular basis about how the sanctuaries are used and how they're maintained. We also serve a number of explicit roles on things like the CPA, the approval of conservation restrictions. We play a role, we have a trustee on the Brookline Conservation Land Trust. So there are a number of other kind of explicit roles that were incorporated into throughout kind of town governance. All right, we have an amazing group of folks, and some of them are here this evening as well. A lot of longstanding members of the commission, but also some new folks as well. We're bringing up, I point out Sam and Will in particular that have joined us in the last couple of years. Many folks have been on for 15, 20 years. We have some longstanding members, which is really incredible because the history matters. And we hope you'll notice we are one down right now. So I would encourage anyone that knows of great candidates that have a strong background that aligns with our commission mission to apply as soon as possible. So that would be great, and encourage the select board as well to encourage people to join. When you walk around Brookline, the first thing that hits you is not that we have a lot of water resources and wetlands, but you also notice in our historical name, Muddy River, that it's central to who we are. We have a number, and this is a map from the GIS department. We have a number of water resources, which actually are tied specifically to our jurisdiction. So when you're looking at doing development in buffer areas or in resources themselves as governed by the Wetlands Protection Act or the bylaw, that comes under our jurisdiction. And it means actually quite a few projects end up in front of us. And so we're really proud to be able to protect these resources, and they're really an incredible component of our town. I think that it takes a little bit of seeking them out and engaging with them to notice and appreciate their functions, both hydrologically and from a water quality perspective. So you might ask how much work is ongoing. So unlike some suburban communities that have tons of development going on a regular basis that are impacted by the Wetlands Protection Act and bylaws, kind of a smaller number just because of the extent of our wetland resources. But these numbers, so there's two things on here. And I think the screen is blocking the key a little bit. The blue are notices of intent, which are applications for a change to an area that's governed by the Wetlands Protection Act. And then we also get requests for determination of applicability, which are kind of like asking whether or not the jurisdiction applies. And it's a formal process as well, but it's not actually applying knowing that you're explicitly impacting a resource. So we have quite a few of these. I'll point out that these are not kind of single meetings. Often they go for multiple meetings. And the really interesting thing is at any one given time, there are about 30 projects that are in some form of process because these are multi-year activities. So there's quite a bit of work. The Alex and Rebecca, the two full-time conservation staff, have a lot of work to do keeping track of these 30-odd projects on a regular basis and watching them go through the process. And we eventually get those to a certificate of compliance and close those out. But there's a lot of ongoing work making sure that things are done in compliance with what are called the orders of conditions, which are when we issue an approved project and for it to go forward. In addition to all of the functions that I've described, we have a central role in the open space and recreation planning process, which is something we embark on now on a 7-year cycle. We have 18 boards, and I really want to call out John. We really appreciate your participation from the select board. And I've gotten to work with you, directly as part of the open space and recreation plan. But this is a fantastic process where we bring really all of the stakeholders across the entire town together to think about how we use our open spaces and plan recreational activities in our spaces. So we use the open space plan essentially as the long-term guide to how we're going to build out our town, how we're going to use our spaces, and how we balance competing interests. The process is one that's very engaged with the community, and I'll show where we are on the next slide here. But it identifies community needs and then puts together an action plan as part of the process to achieve the goals and objectives that are outlined. And it's just very participatory. So we have a lot of listening sessions, and there's a lot of opportunity for the public to engage. Where are we in the process right now? So we started on the open space and recreation plan last spring, and it takes about a year to get through the process. We have gone through a needs analysis, which happened in the fall, and we are currently working on goals and objectives with the ultimate outcome later this winter of putting an action plan in place. And then over the next 7-year period, we'll be executing on that action plan and tracking key performance indicators about where we are in achieving that plan. It was an interesting period the last 7 years because, as you'll notice, that overlapped with COVID. And there were significant challenges in acting on many of the things we wanted to be proactive on. And so I think it's really pretty exciting that we are with this plan, I think, moving forward with something that got held up a little bit during the COVID period in particular. So I mentioned the nature sanctuaries. These are an incredible resource around the town. I first want to call out Hall's Pond Sanctuary in Amory Woods, which I think everyone hopefully knows where this is. But it's this really amazing little gem of a water resources nature community, like right adjacent to Amory Park. And there's, I think, one of the most important things is there's a very engaged community and has been for over 50 years. The Friends of Hall's Pond have twice a year activities that are planned to go out and do things like invasive species removal, planting vegetation, cleaning up, and maintaining the woods. So the community is very, very involved, particularly in Hall's Pond and our other sanctuaries. So there's an annual spring and fall community days that are hosted, and we encourage the public to engage in those things. D. Blakely Hoare Sanctuary, if you haven't been there, it's in South Brookline behind Baker School. You have to search for it a little bit, but it's really quite a gem of a sanctuary. There are a number of activities that are both ongoing and that occur there on a regular basis. I'd like to point out specifically Earth Day. I mean, you can imagine Baker School is right there. It's a great resource for the kids and the community to get involved in. And then we've had 8 what we call Stewardship Sundays, where there has been volunteer maintenance of the trails. So it's a very wet area. It gets very muddy. If you can imagine it, volunteers have carried 30,000 pounds of rock and deployed them along these trails, which really helps protect the resources because it keeps people on trail so that they can walk in a nice kind of like a engaged way and not get their feet muddy. Otherwise, they go into the areas that we're trying to protect. So really maintaining the trails is protective of the area. And then also doing invasive species management too, which is a big challenge in all of our resource areas. And then lastly, I wanted to point out Lost Pond, also just an amazing place. It's a 30-acre area that we're responsible for, but it's part of a larger continuum that extends into Newton of 100 acres plus. And we're lucky enough associated with I want to say Ryder Cup, but it's not. The US Open, yes, this is the word
There
I'm
you go.
looking for. US Open funds, we were able to use the proceeds that were given to the town for trail restoration. That's really made a big difference. If you go out there, you'll see that the trails are in great shape. And that's been upgraded quite a bit. I think back, 15, 20 years ago when I first came to town, I go to the sanctuaries and we really made some progress on making these places engaging and helpful to the community. So there's been really, there's an additional project that's underway, which is cooperative wayfinding. We're working with Newton to put signage out to give more engagement about what's happening in those spaces. So you might ask, that's great. There's a lot going on. Where are you headed? So,
And
oh,
let's
sure.
try to conclude.
Oh yeah, great. Yeah, no problem. So we are in the process and we're very interested in revisions to the wetland bylaw in Brookline, not expanding jurisdiction, but clarifying the application of the bylaw. We really think there's a strong opportunity for proactive promotion and implementation relative to the open space plan. So we'll be looking for your participation in that and the communities as well. Increased support for the sanctuaries. And then lastly, I think the CPA is a huge opportunity. We've really just gotten started as a community using that effectively. And there's a lot of opportunities related to wetlands conservation and sanctuary improvements. And with that, I will conclude.
Thank you. Very, very interesting and helpful.
Any questions? I went a little long, so.
That's my question to ask.
Right.
Any questions? David?
Well, question I have specific to Lost Pond Sanctuary.
Yes.
Is there any consideration of extending trails so you could sort of do a complete 360 loop as opposed to about 270? There's a part where you have to walk up the transfer station road in order to continue to the other side.
Yeah, I think that they're, so not explicitly. So like we don't have a plan in front of us to do that. But I do think there's significant opportunity to improve, particularly that area that's been developed over the last 5 or 6 years as we had kind of the improvements to the transfer station and some of the restoration of the forest there that was impacted as well with the remediation that went on. So noted. We'll look at that a little bit more closely too.
Great.
David.
Paul?
Yeah, mine's going to be very quick. First, I want to say thank you for promoting Halls Pond, which I can see from my home. And
Oh, yeah.
those service days are great. It's great to bring kids and they have shovels and they can dig up plants and stuff and plant things. It's a great day. And there's usually a band. I think John Harrison, his band, often
Oh,
play
nice.
music. But you talked about the number of applications and projects that come before you. I didn't realize that. Could you just give very briefly an example of a project that would come before you? Like what type of project?
Yeah, I would say a typical project would be like a residential home development. We actually have seen a decent amount of that in the last few years, but it's particularly spaces that were not previously developed where there's new development that are closer and closer and encroaching on wetland areas. So that's pretty common. There are some that are commercial, but a lot fewer. A lot of them are.
So you would issue some sort of finding before they could get a building permit or before to go to the planning board or something like that?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
So they have to, so it also happens with the town applies for the golf course or a roadway project. There's lots of different types of projects.
Okay, thank you.
But yeah,
Thank you.
great. Thank you.
Now, Chestnut Hill Commercial, I'm sorry.
Washington.
Oh, Washington's. This agenda is just totally messed up.
You're just trying to see if people.
It's
are
my
paying
agenda,
attention.
right? Okay, Washington Street Complete Street Project, be a discussion and possible vote. Tonight, we will first hear from DPW, who will relate the decision of the Transportation Board from February 5th, among other things. A decision on 25% design approved by the Washington Street Design Review Committee. We will then hear from the public, and after deliberation, the Select Board will vote approval or not of the Washington Street project as presented to us both on October 29th and February 4th. The Select Board's decision will be forwarded to Mass DOT, and Mass DOT will hold a public hearing at which people can present additional comments. In the meantime, staff, we hope, will prepare a summary of the concerns that have been expressed by the public and the select board, including, preparation of Brookline Village and Washington Square parking studies prior to 75% design, consideration of how to deal with electric bicycles of various types, concerns of businesses that reducing close-in parking will hurt their businesses, especially those businesses that rely on quick in and out traffic, concerns of businesses for delivery options, biker safety concerns, particularly with respect to bikes entering intersections, and other issues that we may not have already considered but that may arise out of tonight's public comments or comments sent to us in writing. These are Brookline's problems to solve, not the state's. So the select board will commit to ensuring that the town follows up on these and other issues unless any member objects. And I asked this earlier and no one objected. So the select board will commit to making sure the town follows up on these issues that have been raised by the public. So for public comments, please limit your comments to 3 minutes. No slides or other visual aids except for Commissioner Shute, of course, if she wants. And it is not necessary to repeat things that have already been said. So we have 45 minutes to hear public comment on this. Commissioner Shute.
Terrific. Good evening, everyone. Erin Chute, Commissioner of Public Works. I am here with the engineering and transportation team and also our consultants from Tyne Bond. I want to thank them all for their commitment and dedication to this project over the last 2.5 years. They have worked tirelessly to come up with a plan that really, we think finds balance and supports sort of these broad needs of the community. So in the interest of brevity, we have had 2 very robust and engaging presentations over the last week. We were here a week ago with the select board to present to you the design review committee's preferred alternative. And we also discussed that embedded in that vote was a requirement to include wayfinding in the project, which was actually part of our design review process that got rolled in addition to a parking and curb analysis for Brookline Village. And just to explain what that is a study that in partnership with economic development looks at the commercial area and comprehensively at parking utilization, regulations, optimization, and opportunities to improve, enhance, clarify, and communicate parking for all businesses within the commercial district. So we talked about that last week. Through some of your questions and some feedback that we received. There was also the mention of Washington Square for parking analysis and an advisory group. We took that to Transportation Board the following evening. They had a terrific a conversation, a lot of feedback, also some direction in terms of what they want us, kind of moving forward from the concept to include as we move to 25% design. And in their vote, they included the Washington Square area and voted unanimously to recommend advancement of the preferred alternative to the select board and recommend that you vote that and support moving that to Mass DOT with your support and a letter of support. I have provided some proposed language just for your convenience that sort of wraps up both the design review committee, their vote, and the transportation board's vote, both on the preferred alternative design and the added wayfinding and parking analysis. So with that, again, I want to thank staff and the consultant team. We are here if you have any questions, but I know you're going to open this up to the public. And with that, thank you very much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you. Before we go to public comment, any quick questions from the select board? Okay. Paul.
I do have one very quick question. I just want to make sure that, do we have in our packet the motion or the recommendation, the language? Jazz has that.
Yes,
It does
I have
include
it.
both Washington Street and
It's in
Brookline
an
Village.
email, actually.
It is, okay.
Yeah.
I missed that. Okay,
Yeah, sorry,
thank
it
you.
just, we were trying to, we were tinkering with it up to the last minute, but we.
Okay,
we got
all
it.
right.
Yes, and if you do, if you'd like me to come up at the end and provide that suggested language, glad to do that.
Thank you.
Okay, let's start the public comment then.
Yes, again, we'll go first starting with folks who signed up in advance. If you could state your name and either Brookline precinct number or address for the record. The first individual who signed up in advance is Tobias Silman.
Thank you. My name is Toby Stillman, and I'm a Brookline resident at 92 High Street. I'm a senior at Brookline High School, a leader of the high school's Climate and Food Justice Club, and a member of the Bicycle Advisory Committee. But most importantly, I'm someone who walks and bikes on Washington Street on a daily basis. As someone with those criteria, I'd like to offer my full support for this project, for the many environmental, health, and economic benefits it will bring to Brookline. The project seeks to create a fully protected bike path through Washington Square and Brookline Village at the expense of a few dozen parking spots. This project will drastically improve road conditions for everyone, bicyclists and drivers alike. Bicyclists will be safeguarded by a protected elevated bike lane out of cars' way. Pedestrians will marvel at a refurbished sidewalk and tree canopy. More people walking and biking means fewer people driving, and that's good for everyone's health and safety, as well as the health of our planet. However, over the next several minutes, you might hear some opposition to this project from the business community, and I would like to address some of the points I expect them to make. One of their arguments is that a slight parking reduction poses a critical threat to the Brookline Village and Washington Square businesses, which they claim outweighs the benefits of a protected bike path. According to some of these individuals, a small minority of bikers is bent on taking over Washington Street at the expense of businesses. This is not only untrue, but dangerously ignores the safety of these businesses' most enthusiastic supporters, Brookline residents. Bicycle use on Washington Street is already substantial, though the lack of a protected bike lane currently discourages that usage, instead encouraging excessive driving and traffic. On the other hand, a protected bike lane would encourage fewer people to drive, more people to bike, and therefore more spontaneous visits to Brookline's small businesses. Furthermore, it would finally grant students at Driscoll, Pierce, and the high school the safe route by bike that they deserve, and this will benefit thousands of young Brookline residents over the next several generations. Central to my argument in favor of the Washington Street redesign is my firm belief in the power of bicycling to solve the pressing environmental and health issues
30 seconds.
wrought by a car-centric world. Over 140 of my fellow students have expressed their agreement by signing the Biking Brookline petition in support, with many expressing hope that the town can finally guarantee the right to a safe, sustainable commute. On the other hand, central to these business owners' arguments against the project is their notion that a project such as this will be bad for business. There's no credible study that shows this, and there are plenty of studies from Portland State University, Bloomberg, and other organizations that show that protected bike lanes can
That concludes your time.
be good for business. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is David Krupp.
Good evening. My name is David Krupp. I live in Precinct 8 and I'm the president of Biking Brookline. We knew when this process started 3 years ago that Biking Brookline would need to convince the Brookline community that rebuilding Washington Street as a complete street with protected bike lanes would make it a more welcoming and safer street for all users, and would also increase the street life in the Brookline Village and Washington Square, and also the increased business activity in both districts. And we think we have persuaded the Brookline community of this. This is reflected in the numerous boards and also town organizations that have come out in favor of the plan, which has included protected bike lanes from the inception. That includes Mothers Out Front, Brookline, Climate Action, Brookline, as Toby mentioned, the Brookline High School Food Justice and Climate Club, It includes the Public Health Advisory Board. It also now, of course, includes the Transportation Board. It also includes over 1,470 people who signed the Biking Brookline petition asking for the bike lanes on the entire corridor. That includes just under 1,200 Brookline residents. It includes the majority of the town meeting members. It includes the majority of the school committee. It includes over 260 residents who live in the precincts through which Washington Street runs, and that includes 70% of the town meeting members who represent those precincts. It also includes, as Toby mentioned, over 130 Brookline High School students and over 140 Brookline residents who are over 70 years of age. I am, of course, disappointed that the entire business community has not come around to support this plan at this stage. But I do hope that as the town progresses with the parking study, they will come to see that there is adequate parking in both business districts, particularly if we are wiser about how we use the parking resources. I also hope that when they look back on the process, they will acknowledge that it was fair. Their voices were heard. Many changes were made to the plan, some of which did adversely affect other stakeholders, but to meet their requirements. But this was inevitable. This is a road that runs through commercial districts that's also in a
30
busy,
seconds.
densely populated residential neighborhood. And that's good for business in the sense that you have thousands of people who live within walking distance to your store, who can bike to your store. But it also means that there are many competing demands that need to be met, which don't go into building a shopping mall, for example. And we think this was a well-balanced approach. We think all needs have been met, and we urge you to support the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Werner Lowe. Just so we can keep things rolling, after Werner will be Jerry Finnegan.
Thank you very much. My name is Werner Lowy. Please forgive my voice. You can tell I have a cold. I'm a member of the Zero Emissions Advisory Board, which has endorsed this plan, but I'm only speaking on my own behalf tonight as a town meeting member and a resident of Washington Square. First of all, a number of months ago, a number of my neighbors had expressed some serious concerns about the part of the design that was right at Washington Square. And I talked to some staff about it. I won't go into the details, but I was really very impressed by how responsive the staff were and how the issue had been dealt with during the hearing process. And I think overall, it really convinced me that it was a very good process and one that you should be very comfortable in supporting. My second comment is more substantive, which is that years ago, I used to bike quite a bit in Brookline. I mean, I've never been, one of those serious spandex bikers, but I had a old bike. And actually, where I particularly often biked was from my home in Washington Square to Town Hall. When biking was just easier, as we all know, even right now, there's not a lot of parking around here. I stopped biking as I got older, basically because of safety concerns. And so the reason I'm here tonight is because, we all know that Washington Street needs work. And I'm supporting the design because while we do that, the safety that's provided by improved bike lanes will make a real difference in many ways for all of us. And therefore, I hope you will support it.
Thank you, Jerry Finnegan. After Jerry will be Tom Eunice.
Hi, excuse me. Hi, Jerry Finnegan, owner of the Washington Square Tavern in Brookline. I'm not a very good public speaker, so I wrote some stuff down.
We all do that.
All right. I just want to say thank you for 26 years being in business in Brookline and the support the town has given us over the years, especially with the pandemic, allowing outdoor dining and enable us to survive the worst thing that ever happened to our industry since I've been doing it. I'm also an avid cyclist, believe it or not, and I ride bikes nearly every single day. And cycling safety is very important. I'm I'm here as a business owner and a representative of businesses on the corridor. Outdoor dining is very, very important to every business, every restaurant in Brookline. Removal of outdoor dining would seriously impact business in such a way as that it would probably make it not viable anymore. It accounts for 25 to 30% of our annual business now. And as a result of which we're very, very proud of it. And we feel that it adds to the town as well as to our livelihood and the livelihood of our 23 staff. Removal of the number of parking spaces as well. Initially, there was almost 50% reduction in parking spaces on the corridor. It would again reduce the amount of ability for people to come and visit our establishments and shop. The narrowing of the streets makes it harder for people to move down the streets. The raised bike lanes, although I approve of them, and I think they're great, most cyclists I know don't do it because it's too dangerous. People are walking in and out of them, safer on the road. My question to the town was, is there a way to start the process after the business districts, make it beautiful, have raised bike lanes, and just make the business districts? But I was added to the committee, the design committee, when we found out about this project. And I felt that the project was already in place and our addition to it was just, a tip of the hat.
30
$29 million is a lot of money, a lot of free money to the town, and it would be very important to it. But I think the damage getting that free money to the neighborhoods of Washington Square and Brookline Village will really impact the town. But again, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Tom Eunice. After that will be Bob Allen.
Good evening. My name's Tom Eunice. I live at 575 Washington Street. With my family, we've been there for over 40 years. We look forward to a safer street, safer intersections, better sidewalks. But the design was built to fit the parameters of a grant, not built to fit the parameters of what people need that live on Washington Street in the businesses. There are approximately 80 residents that have resident parking stickers to park on Washington Street. This plan doesn't even meet those needs with the amount of parking that has been taken away. Parking is needed for people with mobility problems. You have service vehicles coming to people's houses. You have plumbers. You have people actually having guests come to their house, and there's really not going to be any place for them to park. The narrowing of the streets sounds nice and looks good on paper, but the amount of emergency vehicles that drive on Washington Street and the amount of times that cars need to pull over to let them by is going to be very difficult with a narrow street. There are very few bikes that use Washington Street. I've asked the committee before in the transportation department if they've done a study at how many bikes use it. They said yes. I've asked for it and I've never received it because there really aren't a lot of bikes that use Washington Street. Now, maybe they will if it's redesigned, but that's a lot of money to spend with anticipation that it might happen. I'm asking the select board not to approve this. I know it's very difficult because Washington Street really needs to be renovated, but it's going to hurt the residents of Washington Street and it's going to hurt the businesses. We have to be careful not to fix one problem and create another problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob Allen. Next will be David Gladstone, who's online.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Town Administrator, members of the board, my name is Bobby Allen. I have a law practice at 300 Washington Street, right across the street. I'm here representing members of the business community in Washington Square and Brookline Village, and as a business owner myself. Mostly, I'm here to advocate for businesses, many of whom are, quite frankly, afraid to advocate for themselves, thinking somehow going against Town Hall would be bad for their business. I've looked out the window at Washington Street pretty much 5 days a week for the last 20 years. Literally look directly out at the street. Is it perfect? No. We have double parking for deliveries. We have a lack of crosswalks. There's only one bike lane on the other side of the street. It seems like Washington Street gets dug up and put back together pretty much every other year. But is it broken? I would say not. And here's the way I assess things. First, I look at safety. I spoke with members of the police department who, quite frankly, are more concerned with the impact of the proposed changes than the existing conditions. Then I look at the data. In the last 5 years, there's only been 15 bike accidents on Washington Street. 9 involved a motor vehicle, 5 citations issued, one of them to an e-bike rider. But I get it. One accident is too many, right? But why are we in a rush to do this if the data doesn't specifically say there's safety concerns? Is it because there's too much parking on Washington Street? Or at $1 for 28 minutes, is the town budget so fat that we don't need the meter money anymore? Is it to prevent outdoor dining for the 3 restaurants that have provided their patrons with what they desire, a fun, unique outdoor experience? Are businesses clamoring to rent out space in Washington Square and Brookline Village? The answer to all those questions are a big no. Business needs on-street parking, not only for their clientele, but for daily deliveries, takeout orders. We all want, I heard earlier tonight, thriving commercial districts. This is what we're here for. I heard you say it earlier. There was clearly a rush to get this in the pipeline. I'll point out that there were only 2 business owners on the committee. Both voted no against this proposal. That has to say something to this board. So my question about why is really rhetorical. The reason for this project is clear. There's potential for free grant money, and I get it. Who doesn't want free money? But are we taking this money at the expense of our businesses, and is it really in the best interest of the entire town? The town got a mere 17% state funding for a $225 million Pierce school, when the average SBA reimbursement is 31%, almost double. But that didn't stop us from doing what we thought was right to the entire town. Another example, the town added bike lanes along Lee Street from Clyde as you head to Route 9. Rather than add bike lanes on Warren Street, which is narrow, would create a terrible safety hazard, the town decided to add bike lanes that go the wrong way down Dudley Street, which is wide enough to handle a parking lane, a travel lane, and a bike lane. It took signage, painting, and a little time to get used to, but it worked. These type of compromises and solutions are what we should be looking at Washington Street. Rather than remove the parking in that segment 1 and 2 on the fire station side of Washington Street, we should look for safe bike detours to avoid the business districts where the road narrows and vehicles.
Thank you,
park.
Mr. Allen. That concludes your time.
May I have 30 more seconds, Mr. Chair?
30 seconds.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. More significant bike paths would could be created in the residential area between Fairbanks and School Street until you get to the village, where there'd be another opportunity to provide detours or continue to travel and share the road as they do today. This keeps vital parking in the commercial areas and is a compromise that we do so well in Brookline. At the very least, if we're focusing on townwide bike paths, we should be focusing on townwide bike paths, which are becoming a heated topic in many communities. I'd urge this board
That concludes
to
your
ask for a study.
Thank you, Bobby.
God.
I gave you 30 seconds.
Just for the record,
Yeah.
I used to sit on the board. We never gave these quick time limits. We used to listen to everybody. I mean, a lot of us spend a lot of time doing things for the town, paying taxes in the town, and to be shut down a little bit,
Another 30 seconds.
I know. I just didn't find it very courteous. I will just add that I
Why
hope you
don't you
vote.
make sure that you get your written comments to us? We do read them, and they will be incorporated into the record.
Yes, thank you for the courtesy.
Thank you.
The next speaker is David Gladstone. David, I'm promoting you now.
Thank you very much. My name is David Gladstone. I'm the board chair of the Brookline Chamber of Commerce. I'm a member of the Small Business Development Committee and a long-term resident of Precinct 16. Brian Kane, Transportation Board Chair, during the transportation vote last week, commented that Brookline area businesses are asking the question, why are we doing this to them? His answer was, we as a town are maximizing the chances to pass muster for state funding. As a result, this will cause maximum pain and negative impact for businesses along the Complete Streets route. Many pressures are being applied to Brookline businesses. We're still reeling from the effect of the meters doubling over the last year with the convenience fee. Economic pressures of price hikes and are impacting businesses along with higher rents. As a result, foot traffic and revenues are down. Many of us in opposition to the dearth of parking spaces being removed as a result of this redesign have been ignored and dismissed as alarmist and overreactionary. The supporters from the bike community claimed our information isn't true. It was said 2 times tonight, even though we have received information, valid information, and reports from local business districts in Cambridge and West Roxbury showing diminished foot traffic and diminished revenues, as well as business closings as the result of bike routes being put in. We're being called alarmist, overreactionary, and liars. The business community was led into this design review process 4 meetings into the process, and most of the time, they were partially ignored of what their suggestions were. They were the only 2 people who voted against the moving the design forward. Some of the comments we have received include that if we don't support this initiative, that bikers won't patronize our business districts. The reality of the situation is that if patrons can't easily find parking, they will move on to restaurants and retailers where there is an ease of access. Many customers drive in from outside of Brookline. Businesses in opposition feel being pushed to the side, marginalized, and ignored. Already 3 restaurants are for sale in one of these districts that are being impacted. When has maximizing the town's chances to compete for money to redo our streets equates to maximizing the pain for our locally owned businesses? I know that the vote tonight will result in the go-ahead for the 25% design review process. The select board must ensure timely parking studies now.
30 seconds.
I need about 15 more seconds, please. Now, and if it is from spaces being taken away, they need to be replaced if it's shown that they need to be replaced. They need to ensure this is done. Another meter increase as a solution to create extra spaces at this time is uncalled for and unwarranted. Again, the question is being asked, why are we doing this to our small businesses? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. The next speaker is John Harris. John, I'm promoting you now. After that will be Julian Hartman. John, are you there? Okay, we'll go to Julian Hartman. Julian, promoting you now.
This is John just unmuted.
John, we'll come back to you right after this.
Hello.
Hi, Julian.
Hi. So I am a resident of Ward 10 in Washington Square, and I wanted to speak out in support of the Complete Streets Plan. As somebody who doesn't currently bike but would be interested in biking to Brookline Village, I would say that the big reason I don't bike in Brookline is because of the danger of biking on Washington Street, of biking on Beacon Street. I mean, anybody who's been at the Beacon Street intersection a little bit know that cars park in the bike lane near the Math Academy, and it creates very dangerous situations. I remember eating at the Washington Square Tavern in outdoor seating, and it's really would be much more pleasant if there was one fewer lane of traffic, or if there were, a protected bike lane buffer. So, while I'm really sympathetic towards the idea of outdoor seating in restaurants, I feel like that can be made to be in harmony with bike lanes and easier access for bikers, and is in fact a little bit in tension with the impetus to more parking, which also kind of claims space that could be used for outdoor dining or for biking. And I hope that we can go even further than just having a connection between Washington Square and Brookline Village, and connect bike lanes to Boston, to the Fenway, and to other places around the city, because bikers need destinations to go to in order to use a bike lane. And so it's really important not to just have one segment of the road with a protected bike lane, but a whole network with destinations. So living in Washington Square Village, I do go to Brookline Village sometimes, and I tend to walk, but would love to bike, and would definitely do that more often if there was a protected bike lane. So I strongly support this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julian. John Harris, we're coming back to you now. You've just been promoted.
Hello? Yeah, hi. There's that, and here is my video, I hope.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
John Harris, town meeting member and co-chair of Climate Action Brookline, which endorses separated cycle tracks along the entire relevant length of Washington Street. Two quick topics, both dealing with the issue of sharrows, which have been proposed for a block or two in Brookline Village. First, a 2016 study titled The Relative Ineffectiveness of Bicycle Sharrows on Ridership and Safety Outcomes, presented at the 95th annual meeting of the Transportation Research Board. Quote, statistical analysis suggests that blocks that had bike lanes installed experienced a significantly larger increase in bike commuters than blocks with sharrows or no infrastructure installed. Unquote. A major goal of the project is to get people to choose micromobility rather than cars or trucks when appropriate, and sharrows would thwart that. In terms of safety, the study said, quote, blocks that had only sharrows experienced a significantly smaller drop in injuries than blocks with bike lanes or even those with no infrastructure installed. This raises concerns about the effectiveness of sharrows, unquote. Next, the MassDOT Complete Streets Funding Program guidance, updated in April 2024, so in current use, includes MassDOT's Complete Streets Policy Scoring Rubric. Applications can be awarded up to 100 points in 10 categories, 4 of which are relevant. The first, quote, to create a comprehensive, integrated, connected networks for all modes, ages, and abilities, max 10 points. Second category, quote, directs the use of the latest and best design criteria and guidelines, 10 points. Third, quote, the application specifies that the policy applies to all projects for the entire right-of-way, 15 points. And finally, quote, makes any exceptions to the policy specific and sets a clear procedure that requires high-level approval of exceptions, 10 points. Those 4 categories can count for up to 45 of a possible 10 possible of 100 possible points. To advocate for a less than optimum complete streets treatment in those areas, even if only for a block or two, when a very lengthy and responsive public process led by experienced professionals found that design-wise separated cycle tracks are possible along the entire length, runs a very great risk of lowering Brookline's score in this very competitive competition, so much so that we could lose on scoring alone. Please vote in favor of separated cycle tracks along the entire length of the Washington Street project, that is, in favor of the preferred alternative that is before you today. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the speakers who signed up in advance. Is there anyone else in the room who wishes to speak on this item? Or anyone online, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature. Yes, you can approach the podium.
Hi, I'm Sam Klein, manager of the Washington Square Tavern. We've been a staple in Brookline for 26 years, as Jerry said, and we have 25 employees, including Jerry and Alma. All 25 of these will be negatively affected by the Complete Streets bicycle lane project. Our outdoor patio, which would be taken down in the project, brings in over $60,000 worth of tips for our front of house. That's huge for them living in a city that only gets more and more expensive to live in. Not to mention the revenue the patio brings into the restaurant itself. Food, alcohol, licenses, payroll have all increased since COVID. The patio allows us to survive these increases. Talking to guests also that live in Brookline, I've come to realize many of them don't even know about the project, and almost all have disagreed with the bike lanes. Slow traffic, staggered deliveries, reduced parking will all affect restaurants, businesses, and the people who live in Brookline. We are catering to a very small portion of the population in a town where the days of weather that is suitable for riding a bike is much less than the days that aren't. Besides just the winter months, many of the summer days are rainy days. It seems to me that we're taking buses and garbage trucks stopping in the middle of the street, delivery drivers, ease of access more difficult, Uber and Lyft slowing traffic and reduce parking over logical ways to not only help the residents, but the businesses that people rely on as jobs. Connolly's Hardware is closed after 72 years because ordering something on Amazon is easier. I think you'll see more businesses suffer because you think making something easier like riding a bike through Brookline trumps everything else. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Charles Osborne. Charles, I'm promoting you now.
I'm trying to, okay, I'm getting the camera on. Yes, Charles Osborne, resident, 30-year resident, living at 74 Davis Ave. And my major concern is the overall traffic flow as it pertains to vehicles and other forms of transportation, including pedestrian. And that looking at the Washington Street rehabilitation project, it's fundamentally an engineering project. And I'm surprised that I asked in previous meetings about a formal traffic study and report. And I've got an answer that that they do studies all the time. But I got no clear answer about a traffic study report. I was, so then I inquired online, addressed it to the project manager, won't mention any names, and because I don't want to get personal, but I did ask, I did an RFI, request for information, about the traffic study. First, did they receive my request? Two, if there is a study, please let me know, and if there isn't as well, and if there is one, please send me a link. So I feel like that engineers basically, you know, develop their data, oftentimes scientifically, and they use that as the first step for basically launching into, you know, you do the investigation, then into the solution stage and design stage. I feel the project has worked somewhat backwards, and now we're turning around, now doing a parking study. But I have heard nothing clear about the traffic study, and I got no response to my inquiry, and I feel reticent to even speak up about this because I feel like the much of the public opinion has just been dismissed. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Charles. Is there anyone else in the room or online who wishes to speak on this item? Okay, there are approximately 25 individuals in the room and 22 online, and no one else is indicating their desire to speak at this time.
Thank you. Okay, any further discussion by the select board? Seeing none, let's move. Oh, go on, John.
I don't have to be first by any means.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm really appreciative of the fact that so many people have spoken on this from every point of view. And but I'm going to speak to the one group that feels the most unrepresented in this process. And I think people know where I'm coming from on this. I do not think that this street design, the particulars of this street design, as they impact especially the Brookline Village commercial area and the Washington Square commercial area, I do not believe that it serves the interests of our commercial districts. We talk all the time about Brookline's weakness when it comes to the share of our tax base that it consists of commercial enterprises. And we talk about doing what we can to get more commercial enterprises in the town and to support the commercial enterprises we have. And we do a lot to support the commercial enterprises that we have. But for those reasons, you would think that we would pay extra special attention when people almost unanimously. It would be an exaggeration ever to say unanimously because there's always going to be someone. But all you got to do is listen to the tape of this morning's Small Business Advisory Committee member, which I serve on as a representative of the Select Board. And you would hear person after person after person after person whose livelihood depends on continued strong customer base for their businesses. And virtually to a person, they would say not only do they, based on their own deep experience of running businesses in Brookline, but their study of the plan as presented to them on the basis of those experiences, they are convinced that we have a bad plan. We have a plan that advantages all the other constituency groups that have asked to be advantaged at the expense of the commercial interests in the village and in Washington Square. And furthermore, not only are they convinced of that, they're convinced that when they speak, no one listens. They just don't see response. And I know that there was originally a much greater number of parking spaces that were going to be removed. But when the end result is there's still about 40% of parking spaces being removed. And when the end result is one side of the Washington Street in the heart of Brookline Village, the entire side from Kent Street to Station Street has had all of its parking spaces removed. You've got a strip of stores that has thrived, not those particular stores, but stores in those locations have thrived for decades on customer bases, which very importantly include constant daily coming and going of customers by car and parking in front of those businesses for convenience. They've lost it under this plan. And they've said over and over and over and over again, that's going to hurt our businesses. And that part of their plea has been ignored. And to a lesser extent, the pleas that have been made for other aspects of this plan as they affect the commercial areas have been ignored. So we'll hope for the best from this. I'm going to vote against it. And people have said there is no study that has been done ever that shows that bike lanes replacing car parking in commercial districts does harm to businesses. Well, in a way, they're right. There's no study that's been done to try to come up with an answer to that question, but we're going to go ahead with this project. And the only way we're going to find out what happens to these businesses as a result of this project, which business person after business person has said threatens their livelihood, is to see if that happens. Well, that's hardly a strong basis on which to proceed, and it does not represent a deep effort to actually be responsive to the concerns of the business community insofar as this plan is concerned. And I wish it weren't so, but it seems to be so.
Mike?
So, thank you, Bernard, and thank you, John. You've said something that I think is absolutely correct, that some members of the business community are convinced that we have a bad plan before us because it's going to hurt their businesses. And though they are indeed, at least in some cases, convinced, with all due respect, and they should know their own businesses, but I also know that people on bicycles stop in stores. They go to restaurants. I bike out of preference to Brookline Village and to Washington Square. And instead of driving a car, and for that matter, instead of walking or taking tea, and I don't go into the store wearing a button saying I came on a bicycle, but that's exactly the way I got there. And I think that when you increase the number of cyclists by making the roadway safer and feel safer, there's a substantial opportunity to for businesses to capitalize on that increased traffic that's going right by the front door by capturing some of those people as customers. And in fact, they will become customers because that's the way they'll choose to get to their destination.
Oh,
Thank you, Bernard. Excuse me. And first, I want to say that I greatly appreciate every business owner and operator that invests in Brookline. I understand there are challenges that they faced over many years and the challenges that they're going to face in the future, just because of changes that are naturally going to take place in addition to what we're doing. But I greatly appreciate the Chamber of Commerce, David Gladstone. When David speaks, I listen. And when the businesses speak, I listen. So I do just want to counter this narrative that John is setting up, that people aren't listening to the businesses, and that the plan and the work of the design review committee and the consultants have not been responsive. It may be possible, and seems that the businesses feel that they were responsive enough. But I've attended a lot of the meetings. I participated in detail, both in front of the committee and behind the scenes. And I can tell you that there's been a lot of changes. There's parking that was added back in up in Washington Square. There was parking that was added back in between Holden and Kent Street. And Station Street. And I personally, although, I don't consider this to be a parking study, I took a day and I knocked on just about every single business in Brookline Village. I stopped, I talked to them, I talked to barbers, I talked to postmen, I talked to people that run hair salons, shops, dress shops, working areas, restaurants. And just what John said is not what I heard. It's not what I heard. There's no demonstration that all these people that John's talking about parking on the north side of Washington Street are walking into all those businesses. What I've heard, and frankly, you shouldn't even take it because it's only my word, we need a parking study, is that those parking spaces are often taken up for 2 hours and the people don't go into the barbershop. They're going to the tea or somewhere else. So I think, we need to realize that there's a lot of information being thrown around that are not facts, and we do need facts. I appreciate the work of the Design Review Committee. I think it's really important. This is a balancing act. Absolutely, it's compromise. As you remember, I negotiated the compromise for the MBTA Communities Act. It was a compromise. The sky was falling for many people when we did the MBTA Communities Act, and some people voted against it. And the reason they voted against it was because there was a fear. They thought the world was going to end. It hasn't ended. And it won't end because we're going to put a balanced, protected solution along Washington Street. Bear with me, Bernard. I spent quite a bit of time in the past few days walking up to Washington Square from my home. There are 18 parking spaces that are being referenced in Washington Square to be taken away. I don't minimize that at all, but I want to put it into context. Those 18 spaces are approximately of the 291 that are currently available. So it's about 9 or 10%. I walked up to the new Driscoll School. The new Driscoll School has a parking. Now, this is a half a block off of Washington Street. There's 9 or 10, I think there's 10 spaces in a parking lot that's on school property that's not used after 4 p.m. and it's not used on weekends. We should look, this is what the parking study should do. It should look at the availability of that parking to make it available to merchants, to customers of merchants. There's also I think 7 or 8 or 10 spaces in front of the Driscoll School that you can't touch during the day because they're dedicated for drop-off. Those spaces are available after 4 p.m. and on weekends for customers that want to go into Washington Square. On the north side of Driscoll School, there are another 5 or 7 drop-off parking spaces that are available for you to shop in Washington Square. So I just want to caution and ask everybody to take a deep breath. There's a commitment in writing, I'm hoping it's going to be in the motion tonight, to do 3 very important things as part of this project. And remember, we're at 25% design, and I remind you of the chair's commitment that this goes to the state and then all that comes back to us, and we're going to work on solving these problems before another vote that comes to us, which is the 75% design. So there's multiple steps here. And I assume if we can't fix many of the things and things get more complicated, we'll have a conversation at the 75% design. But the commitments that I'm hearing and that I'm committed to, and the reason why I'm voting in favor of it, is for three reasons. One, there's been a commitment to do a parking study. It's called a curb study for both Brookline Village and separately for Washington Square. The reason for those studies being done is to identify replacement parking off the corridor. And in Brookline Village, there's opportunities at Town Hall. There's opportunities at the new Pierce School. There's a couple of private lots, and there's a bunch of parking spaces along side streets that currently don't have great policies. There's also a ton of existing parking that we're not utilizing well. It's permitted, it's often empty. We've got EV spaces that are often empty. We've got spaces that aren't turning over quickly because it's the way that they're metered in the regulations that we have.
Okay. thank you.
I'm almost done, Bernard.
Almost done.
I'm almost done. I'm going to take my time because we have a community that's very concerned, and I think they need to hear this. The parking study in Brookline Village, the parking study in Washington Square. There will also be wayfinding design in both of those locations. And the reason why is we need to be able to have customers find the parking. They can't find it today. And the third thing that I've heard a commitment, and I'm hoping that's going to be in there tonight, is that we have a commitment to have an advisory group for both of those parking studies that include both residents and abutting businesses. So that it's not just a data-driven solution, it's also information that we can hear qualitatively from the businesses and the abutters so that we can make sure that the policies are in place. And for that reason, I think that we have sufficient analysis and commitments to find solutions for the businesses and for the neighbors, and that's why I'm supporting it. And I would just ask everybody to just take a deep breath. We're at 25%. There's a lot of road in front of us, pardon it.
David.
Similar to Paul's sentiments, we're only at the 25% mark currently. What's going to be critical to me, I read the letter that was signed by over 20 Washington Square businesses. In the penultimate paragraph, they mention, quote, potential compromises such as timed loading zones, shared use parking models, or increased investment in public parking solutions should be thoroughly explored before making any permanent reductions. I completely agree with that. I am fully committed between this point and the next time that this board is going to be voting on this to ensure that these 18 spaces that would be the reduction in Washington Square are made up from spaces elsewhere. In addition to Driscoll School, the Russian School of Math has about 8 spots. Beacon Orthodontics has about 30 spots on Washington Street. There have been, I've asked the town administrator if we could possibly adopt what Cambridge has done, where private lots during their off-peak hours need to utilize their spaces for the general public. And that's something I'm going to raise for an agenda item we have later tonight about potential select board warrant articles. Regarding outdoor dining, I completely agree that outdoor dining has really helped our businesses flourish. I'm very committed to outdoor dining. I'm very passionate about exploring rooftop dining. The communities that have that, it seems to be extremely popular. I know that Cambridge has that, and I am hopeful that there's the potential for some of our businesses along the Washington Street corridor to have rooftop dining available. And if that's the case, then there's the potential that all of our stakeholder groups that we're hearing from tonight can win from this proposal. We're not quite there yet because we don't have all the information and not all the work has been done. But if we're not there by the time that we next vote on this, then I think my opinion would change. But for 25% purposes and for the commitments that I think that many of us are making to undertake these studies and to find potential alternatives that are workable for our businesses, I'm supportive at this juncture.
Clarifying question. Sure. David has referenced the next time we vote on this. Do we have a next time to vote on this? My understanding, it goes to the Department of Transportation, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Then they approve it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then it comes back and the suggestion is we could vote on it and change it?
We have a I think perhaps the consultant from time, or Aaron, you can come up and talk through the timeline here.
And we can vote on it and vote it down at that point,
Okay.
which is going to be difficult to vote down, but 75%. Knowledge.
So the plan is for the project at 75% to come back to the select board.
Okay.
So there'll
And
be
I'm sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
And we can vote it down, but as I was telling John, the chances of us voting it down at that point are much less than at this point. So,
Our hope is that as we move, so we've been working on this for over 2.5 years, trying to gather everyone's input and find this uncomfortable balance, which we think is a fantastic project, but there's some give and take along the entire corridor. We're hearing all of this input. It will be incorporated as we move forward into advancing the 25%. And so our intent is when we come back to you, we're going to have a lot of these items resolved for you. And very clearly, we'll show you what the trade-offs are, which we've tried to do to date. We'll have the parking analysis. And we look forward to working with the business community and really trying to find that win-win for everyone.
But what would happen at that time if the select board were to vote changes to it?
If you were to vote substantive changes, then we would have to go back to Mass DOT and see if they were acceptable.
want to add anything? Yeah. And what I'm trying to do is to set up a procedure whereby the changes that are really relevant are done by the town. So we don't have to go back to Mass DOT to define parking spaces or whatever. Don't have to go back to Mass DOT to address concerns of the business community. So
and that's what Mass DOT wants as well.
Right. Okay. So I mean, you remember, this is a Mass DOT project. They set certain parameters. We're within those parameters, but the real issues are still Brookline issues, and we have to solve them. So you gave us some language. I'd like to read that language and including some adjustments to it.
Okay.
The following, I'm just reading my notes here. Following vote language has been proposed, but I'd like to read both votes first, so that it is clear that our continued support is based on the assumption that certain issues that we address, issues that we have heard, including those raised by the local business community. And I want to make sure that we understand both votes before we vote to approve the 25% design. So the votes are first to approve the Washington Street Complete Streets Preferred Design Alternative as voted by the Transportation Board at its February 5th, 2025 meeting, and to advance that design to the Massachusetts Department of Transportation with a letter of support. Second vote, which I think we need to, be clear that this is really the condition on which we're voting to support, is voted that the Select Board's continued support of the Washington Square Complete Street project remains contingent upon, 1, the inclusion of improved wayfare finding in Brookline Village, 2, parking/curb use studies in Brookline Village and Washington Square, with findings to be reviewed by the Select Board before submission of the 75% design milestone. 3, creation of advisory groups for the parking/curb use studies to capture local stakeholders' perspectives and insights. And I'd like to add, as an additional contingency, as you call it, is that we expect that the town, or we are committed to ensuring that the town addresses the additional concerns that I mentioned at the beginning of this public comment period, particularly the concerns expressed by business owners and the concerns raised by individuals at this public comment period. And I'd also like to have a report at some point on the progress in addressing, those issues so that, we see movement going forward. Anyone object to that?
No.
Okay, wait.
It's not clear where that second vote stops. We've got a lot of narrative that seems to me to follow up.
Well, so the second vote involved basically 4 things, not 3 things.
Okay.
Okay. I think John.
I would like to move a third vote. And for that purpose, I asked Tiffany during this meeting to just send the very short text of it to you. So you should have it in your inbox. And here it is. Moved that upon completion of the Washington Street Complete Streets project, there shall be a 5-year moratorium on non-emergency cutting and or digging into the street, with the determination of non-emergency to be determined by the Commissioner of Public Works.
Okay. Paul, and then I
Yeah.
want to ask.
So I wanted to just, I don't know if you made a motion, but I wanted to amend, it sounds like John is amending your motion. I wanted to suggest another amendment, and then I guess we got to vote on these amendments, but I wanted to say, the only thing I'd like to add to your second list is that all of that be done by the time it comes back to the board at the 75% design. Those studies, that input, their recommendations need to come to us at the time that we are voting on the 75% design.
Okay, I don't think that's inconsistent with what's there, but
Just, I think it might, I did call it an amendment in what I sent out to you folks, but I think actually it probably worked better as just a third vote.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not inconsistent, I don't think. I mean, Commissioner, what do you think?
We would love a 5-year moratorium after we complete the work. I think that there are always situations that can come up. You might have a new development that needs a water line or a sewer line that you might not consider an emergency, but it's part of kind of the engine of our community. So I do feel like there may be situations that arise where we'll have to sort of think deeply about it, but overall, I'm generally supportive.
Yeah, I guess my concern is that it's sort of a different issue than what we're dealing with here, number one. And number two, there has to be some, I don't know, some review and really understanding of whether that's even possible. A 5-year moratorium on picking up the streets. Like you said, there may be situations that we haven't anticipated, and what is an emergency and what's not. I think it's not ripe for a vote right now.
May I speak to that?
Sure.
As an explanation? Many communities do this routinely and have long lists of streets that are under the 5-year moratorium. And it's part of their regular practice to keep a list of the streets under the 5-year moratorium and then take streets off the list under the 5-year moratorium, and to let people know when that happens. Lowell has it, Waltham has it, and many other cities and towns have it. And the lists are constantly available on their websites.
If I could add, we generally actually do have what we call as a 5-year moratorium. And with that, we're talking to National Grid, Eversource, and Verizon, and we share our list of renovated and completed streets. But what Rich Benevento just shared with me is that Mass DOT also requires that same 5-year moratorium.
Oh, great.
So we don't need.
You don't need to. It's part of their.
John?
Well, actually, no, because
Wait, why don't we?
I have never seen a
take that up
DOT
at a
list,
different
including the streets for Brookline, that are under a 5-year moratorium, but we have repaired streets.
Well, why don't we put that on our futures list and see, and I don't know, get some background information so that we can make a decision.
I'm content with that.
Can I make a comment?
I'm sorry, Mike.
Yeah, don't forget, John, you haven't seen the list because if DOT has a list, it only applies to streets that are part of the state system. So Washington Street, Beacon Street, and so forth. Side streets would never be part of that list.
I've never seen a DOT list that include DOT streets in Brookline either.
Well, have you looked, I guess is the question.
For us, it comes into play when utilities request an occupancy permit or a permit to excavate in our roads. So it's an internal process where we are denying those permits.
Paul?
Yeah, Bernard, I just want to make sure, are you accepting as a friendly amendment my suggestion that we add all of this is done by the 75% design?
I'll accept that, yeah.
Thank you.
So in terms of John's, are you withdrawing that?
No, I'm content to propose it at a future date.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
So that'll be on our futures list, and we'll get background information so we really understand, what we're doing. So, with that, I'd like to first move. I move to approve the Washington Street Complete Streets Preferred Design Alternative as voted by the Transportation Board at its February 5, 2025 meeting, and to advance that design to the Massachusetts Department of Transportation with a letter of support, bearing in mind the next vote, is that contingency language. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac?
No.
Okay. Michael Sandman?
Aye.
David, Paul Warren?
Aye.
David Perlman?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Next is, I move that the select board's continued, okay, wait, let's put this in English, okay? I move that the select board condition its continued support of the Washington Street project upon, 1, the inclusion of improved wayfinding in Brookline Village, 2, parking/curb use studies in Brookline Village and Washington Square with findings to be reviewed by the select board before submission of the 75% design milestone. 3, creation of advisory groups for the parking curb use studies to capture local stakeholders' perspectives and insights. And 4, and let me try to get this in good English, that the town will address the additional concerns that were mentioned at the beginning of this public comment period, particularly the concerns expressed by business owners, and that a report will be prepared before the 75% design stage is presented to the select board, indicating progress in addressing all of the foregoing issues. Is that good?
I only have one, that last one's kind of fuzzy math for me, Bernard, because I don't know what the list is. We heard an hour, almost, 35, 40 minutes of public comment. I don't know which issues are being included there. I think the parking studies address the primary concerns about access to parking.
Right.
But there were, we heard issues of emergency vehicles not being able to pull over, home health aides not having access to park. Are we saying we're addressing all those issues to the satisfaction of the?
Well, the issues that we are making our approval contingent on are the ones that we discussed. The 3 there and the additional ones that I mentioned at the beginning. There will be additional comments and issues raised that the public raised during the public comment period that we presumably the town will also address, but that's separate from what we're making our vote contingent on.
But we may not be able to address every single one of those issues to the satisfaction. Right, that's okay. Well,
but we will. I assume staff is going to put those additional concerns in a list, and at some point, let us know what is feasible and what they're able to address. Does that sound good to you, Commissioner?
I do also feel like it sounds a little fuzzy, honestly. I think Mass DOT needs a strong letter of support from the select board. And with those 3 items, we can clearly deliver on it. We can come back. A lot of those items we have evaluated already. The design review committee evaluated, and there are trade-offs, and that the language for that 4th item sounds a little bit like you might be putting us in a position where we're not going to be able to make every single person happy with every item along the corridor. It takes balance. And I'm just concerned about the wording that may seem risky to Mass DOT.
Anything, well,
I think we've already
Bernard,
included a lot.
you have to go, you have, n- you have to have a certain amount of faith that, faith in the good faith of the Department of Public Works and the transportation staff to do the best that they can. And without trying to nail down exactly what best that they can do is. There will be people who, as Aaron says, will be unhappy. There'll be, and some of them may not be business community members, but rather other members of other
Yeah,
constituencies.
the point I'm trying to address is, we said we'll make a commitment as a select board to make sure the town addresses these issues.
Right.
This is not with Mass DOT, this is internally. And
Then it shouldn't be in
best of their
something that
ability.
goes to Mass DOT. It should be something that we put together ourselves.
Well, this will be part of the public record. They're watching or they're going to read it. So or they're, so
so wait, are you suggesting that both of these votes go to Mass DOT?
The vote to transmit is the vote to transmit. This is about, to your point, what we then do as the community after in order to, and that's why it's framed as your continued support is contingent on these things.
Yeah.
And so I think what Aaron's concern is that the continued support is contingent on these issues. These issues are still fuzzy to us. So I think, I think the idea of us providing regular updates to the select board on the progress as it goes on, the reports. And to Aaron's point, some of these issues that were raised in public comment, we've already addressed during the process, some of which and some of them are still in progress. So maybe it is, it's contingent upon regular updates to the select board as design continues about where we are in, identifying and addressing matters of public concern.
Okay. Okay. So you're saying that take out that fourth item and just leave the three.
And well, if you want to add a fourth, it's regular updates to the select board on matters of public concern.
Okay, why don't we do that? Anyone object to that?
David has his hand up.
Okay.
I don't object to that, but what I will say is that a category that was also very important to me and my continuing support is outdoor dining, exploring rooftop dining where possible. It doesn't necessarily have to be tied to this particular vote, but I hope that as a board, we will be committed to that, not just on the Washington Street corridor, but frankly, everywhere.
Okay, I think that is subsumed by the language that Chad's just suggested. So.
Yeah, regular updates.
Okay. And tell me what that language is.
So we'll amend the fourth item. Your support, your continued support is contingent on the three things you mentioned and regular reports to the select board on progress in the project and resolution of issues identified by or matters of concern by the public.
Regular support to the select board on
progress of the project and on
progress.
a resolution of matters of concern to the public.
Yeah, well, just to be clear, you've changed the words 3 times. The last one was the one I liked. When you say resolution, some of them we may not be able to resolve.
That's right.
Right, so we're getting reports on progress to address concerns
Okay.
that are matters of public concern.
There we go.
We may not be able to resolve them all.
That's fair. Yes.
Okay.
It's going to be really interesting reading the minutes of this meeting.
I apologize.
Who's writing the minutes?
Kate, sorry, but we're transcribing it. So
Okay, so let's have the first vote. We already had the first vote.
You had
right?
the first
Yes,
vote.
No.
Yeah, we're on the second one.
Yeah. And everyone else voted. Okay, so that is what we're transmitting to Mass DOT. Second vote, which we're not transmitting to Mass DOT, except they can, watch us on Zoom and know about it, is I move that the select board's continued support of the Washington Street Complete Streets project remains contingent upon 1, the inclusion of improved wayfinding in Brookline Village, 2, parking/curb use studies in Brookline Village and Washington Square, with findings to be reviewed by the select board upon submission of the 75% design milestone, and 3, creation of advisory groups for the parking/curb use studies to capture local stakeholders' perspectives and insights. And 4, regular reports to the select board on the progress of the project and not resolution, but progress of matters of concern to the public.
Bingo.
Okay, all in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Michael Sandman,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
David Perlman,
Aye.
and chair votes aye.
Thank you. We look forward to working with the board, the transportation board, and the public and
Okay.
businesses.
And please be aware that the select board takes these concerns that we've talked about very seriously, and we expect to ensure that not that we have a perfect solution to all of them, but that everyone's concerns and interests are taken into consideration and addressed one way or the other. Okay, next, Chestnut Hill Commercial Area Study. I see Meredith Mooney is there.
Good evening.
Are you ready? Let me say something first. You want to take a break? Is that why you get it? Okay. Why don't we take a break, 5-minute break, so people can get up and stretch their legs and
clear the room.
These young guys, they just can't.
Because they don't have the drugs we have. Right, right.
Yeah, you can. I haven't done it, but yeah, I'm sure.
Play around with it. Okay.
I'll let you do it.
Thanks, Tiffany.
Hey, welcome back to the select board meeting. Tonight, we're now on the topic of Chestnut Hill I'm sorry. What are we talking about? Chestnut Hill Commercial Area Study. Okay. Before I turn it over to Meredith Mooney, I'd like to say that this presentation that she'll be giving will be just an update by staff and the Chestnut Hill Advisory Committee, which will include some of the thinking of the EDAP subcommittee that has been doing a lot of work on this. And the purpose is to keep the select board in the loop and thinking about the issues we will have to consider when this important project is ready for action. We will hear about the current iteration of the plans of the developer, City Realty, but is not yet in a condition for us to think about any zoning changes to the site for the spring town meeting. So the planning department will be looking to file a zoning warrant article, possibly for the fall town meeting, correct?
Correct.
Okay. This presentation will show some of the compromises that have been included to address concerns of various stakeholders and the cost to the town of those compromises. And the costs are fairly significant, but Meredith?
Thank you, Chair. Just. Great. So thank you, Meredith Mooney, Economic Development Director, here to present an update about the Chestnut Hill Commercial Area Study. I can move through my first couple of slides quickly because I think the chair covered a lot of the key points that I was going to address in those introductory slides. But I'd say the headline for tonight's update is that we will not be submitting a warrant article proposal at the end of this month for Springtown meeting. We need additional time to develop recommendations, that those get guidance feedback from the Community Advisory Group, the Select Board, Economic Development Advisory Board, Housing Advisory Board. In short, we need additional time in order to put together the thoughtful proposal. That's our goal. So we are looking towards fall 2025 town meeting for rezoning recommendations for phase 1 of the study, and then phase 2 rezoning recommendations in the subsequent town meeting cycle. So just as a reminder, phase 1 of the study area is from the Newton border to Tully Street. It includes 2 properties that are under different zoning schemes. So you have the Chestnut Hill Office Park, which is the large property to the left, and then the parking lot along Tully Street, which is zoned as General Business 2.0. So the Chestnut Hill Office Park, as of last year, is under new ownership by City Realty. City Realty has been very involved in the Chestnut Hill Commercial Area Study, and over the past several months has been presenting several iterations of their redevelopment proposal and vision for the Chestnut Hill Office Park site for the town's consideration. So just the last select board update was in October. So this is just a quick tally of sort of the key meetings, developments that have happened between now and the last update. I'll talk a little bit more about the neighborhood meeting on the following slide, as well as the Economic Development Advisory Board's ad hoc subcommittee that's helping to support the study effort. The Chestnut Hill Commercial Area Study Community Advisory Group has convened 5 times. There have been some really excellent discussions and feedback provided. About a quarter of all of those meetings have been devoted to public comment. Chestnut Hill, in our most recent discussions, provided a lot of helpful feedback regarding the fiscal impact model that staff is working with our consultant to finalize. So RKG, our project consultant, has been is currently working on finishing touches on fiscal impact model, which is a tool that we'll be using to estimate the revenues and costs from the town side associated with any potential new development. Given the fact that one of the leading study objectives is to develop recommendations and rezoning to help incentivize significant net new commercial tax growth, this tool is going to be very important because as we work on rezoning framework, we'll be able to input potential development programs into the model and get an assessment of whether or not we'll be trending in the right direction in terms of incentivizing net growth with the fiscal impacts for that rezoning. So as mentioned on the previous slide, in November, in response to some requests that we received from the community and some of our community advisory group members, we hosted a hybrid neighborhood meeting, which was an opportunity to listen to the specific concerns, issues from the direct abutters, as well as the neighbors who are most likely to be, directly impacted by any future development of phase 1 of the Chestnut Hill study. So one of the critiques of our summary of the community input we received in the community engagement process that we launched as we launched the project last spring was that it included all of the feedback that we'd received, and people contributed a lot of different perspectives and wished for outcomes in terms of the study recommendations and rezoning this area. And what we'd heard from direct abutters, some members of our community advisory group, our town meeting members who are hearing feedback from their constituents, that There was not a clear representation of the leading concerns from the perspective of direct abutters and neighbors most likely to be directly impacted by redevelopment. So this meeting was an excellent opportunity to hear that directly, and we also took it as a chance to document all of the key themes and leading issues from that meeting. So there's a very helpful reference document for those considerations. So one of the ideas or suggestions that came up during the neighborhood meeting, there was a petition being circulated that was requesting that the town, as we work forward with the developing the rezoning, that the town work within the existing maximum FAR of the Chestnut Hill Office Park site and sort of cap the potential height at 4 or 6 stories, which raised the question, could you potentially get something to pencil out within that existing density for the office zoning? So enter the Economic Development Advisory Board's ad hoc Chestnut Hill Commercial Area Study Subcommittee, which was formed back in November to help provide staff with additional assistance and support in the analysis needed to develop rezoning recommendations. So the members are listed on the slide. They're George Cole, Mark Barrere, Ken Lewis, and Sandy Silk, who's with us at tonight's meeting. So all of these members are, during their day jobs, real estate developers involved with real estate finance. So they have a real depth of expertise, have their fingers on the pulse of, current market conditions, and have technical expertise in being able to provide additional analysis in terms of assessing the financial feasibility of different development proposals. So their first task was to address the question raised during the neighborhood meeting about, could it be financially feasible to redevelop Chestnut Hill Office Park within the current maximum density? So there are links included in the memo provided to the select board with the project update, with the EDAB subcommittee's memo, their pro forma model, the presentation that they gave to the Economic Development Advisory Board, giving a recap of their methodology, their recommendations, and then some additional considerations. I wanted to give a shout out to Ken Lewis, who developed a very impressive, complex investment pro forma model that they use as the tool for the basis of their analysis. And I have been quoted that it would have cost us in the neighborhood of tens of thousands of dollars in consultant resources in order to do the work that Ken and the subcommittee generously provided to staff in the town to help with this effort. So we're very grateful for that. They ultimately concluded that it was not financially feasible under current market conditions to redevelop the CHOP site at the existing FAR, which is 2.5. The EDAB unanimously endorsed the conclusion and the analysis that EDAB presented at their meeting last week. So this is very helpful to sort of have that question resolved. And I think from the staff perspective and in setting expectations as we develop the rezoning, it's likely that the maximum FAR will exceed 2.5. In previous updates that we've provided to the select board, we've gone into a lot more detail about the nuances of City Realty's most recent proposal. I don't think that's the best use of our time this evening. I think I'd like to focus a little bit more on sort of some of the trade-offs that we've observed and the issues that continue to exist as we've seen the trade-off shifting. So the current iteration of the City Realty proposal, we've got some summary slides with some excerpts with the presentation that they presented to the Community Advisory Group last month. In short, kind of the highlights, height is proposed maximum height, 12 stories, limited to 6 stories along Heath Street. And that the other key difference in the most recent iteration is that City Realty eliminated the proposed new vehicular connection between Boylston Street and Heath Street, which is a top direct abutter neighborhood concern that was very clear and discussed extensively at the neighborhood meeting. So, I think we're very grateful to City Realty for their level of engagement and participation in this process. They provided several different iterations for the town to consider. And I think what's been really valuable is kind of seeing how the proposals have shifted and the trade-offs that have been involved in the evolution of the project as they try to respond to concerns that are being brought up in particularly the Community Advisory Group response to the proposals. So things that we are continue to be concerned about, even with the existing iteration, is the impact of sort of the reconfiguring the parking and elevating a lot of that above grade, the changes and limiting the site circulation and access to just Boylston Street, there's still really a pronounced separation between the site and the surrounding area. So we're concerned about how do we, more effectively integrate the site into the surrounding area in order to create a better pedestrian experience and also to support ground floor retail more effectively. There's also a very obvious correlation in the decreased proposed density and the amount of total commercial square footage in the project. So if you, no one wants to look at a slide with a lot of numbers at this point in the evening, but I've highlighted a couple of the boxes here related to the commercial components in particular. So if this slide demonstrates kind of the key variables within the proposal and how they've evolved over the recent versions that City Realty's presented. And if we're looking at the commercial components, I'd say sort of like the centerpiece commercial component is the proposed hotel. And then if we're talking about types of commercial uses that have the potential to really move the needle in terms of expanding the commercial tax base, you're talking about the hotel and the medical office, which was included in previous versions. So as we saw the density decrease in this most recent version, medical office apparently did not pencil out. So medical office is not contemplated in the most recent version. The hotel is still there as the major commercial component. Total square footage did decrease by 15%, and there was sort of a related reduction in the number of hotel rooms decreased by 25%. With retail, you see that was cut in half as well. And in total, and looking at the percent of the project that's commercial, it's still at just 26%. And in terms of what that would translate, these changes in terms of potential tax revenue to the town, you see that the annual net new property tax decreased by 50%. Average hotel occupancy, which is the annual rooms tax, would decrease by about a quarter. And at the bottom, you also see potential impacts to the affordable housing components of the project, which, if you will remember with our last update, something that was an omission that we had lots of questions about when doing the pro forma analysis of City Realty's initial proposal is that we knew that they were carrying costs to provide and meet the affordable housing commitments, but it wasn't clear where the affordable housing was integrated into their redevelopment program. So we had clarifying questions about that. City Realty did go and have what I would characterize as a productive initial conversation with the Housing Advisory Board back in December to present and get some initial feedback on what their proposal was for meeting the affordable housing commitments. And it seemed like, and the chair can correct me if this is a mischaracterization of where that conversation landed, but it seemed that the HAB was receptive to sort of the proposed mixture of on-site affordable units for the proposed multifamily and then cash in lieu payments for the luxury condo component. Obviously, as we continue to work our way through this process, we develop zoning that City Realty can respond to, and their proposal changes. There are going to have to be multiple rounds of discussions with the Housing Advisory Board to tackle that. But I do think that that's helpful that we at least have that initial conversation as a point of reference to help set expectations moving forward. And then the final update. So as we talked about, within the City Realty proposal, and what they're contemplating, the hotel is kind of the centerpiece commercial component for that. And which aligns well with sort of where we landed in terms of the market study of what we thought would be viable commercial uses for Chestnut Hill. And then it also reflected some of the feedback that we'd heard in the community engagement process, where there seemed to be a real interest in the type of hotel that provided events and conference spaces. People seem to think that would be helpful from the community and provide some additional services that, Boston College or other neighboring institutions would be interested in utilizing. That being said, there are certainly no comps for what City Realty is proposing, which is an upscale, full-service hotel with event and conference spaces with the luxury condo above. Certainly no comps in Brookline. Even within the Boston area, there aren't many good points of comparison. So we did ask City Realty to provide some additional information about why they felt confident that this particular type of hotel would be successful in Chestnut Hill and Brookline. So they were responsive to this request, and they commissioned CBRE to do a market study. We received that a couple of weeks ago. Staff is still reviewing that. So we appreciate that they were responsive to that request, and we're delving into that, but I'm sure that that study will be a helpful resource going forward. So key issues that we are thinking deeply about as we start to put pen to paper and draft a rezoning framework would be, given the very clear, strong market bias towards residential over commercial, and because the Chestnut Hill Office Park represents the redevelopment of the Chestnut Hill Office Park represents probably the most significant economic development opportunity that the town will have for the foreseeable future. As we're drafting mixed-use rezoning, are we appropriately balancing commercial and residential uses within that mixed rezoning proposal? How do we mitigate the impacts of parking on the ground plane and make sure that we're enhancing the pedestrian experience? And how do we get people to move safely and efficiently in and around and through the study area in a way that fosters placemaking and commercial area vibrancy? So as I referenced, next steps, staff, we've collected a lot of information. We have a lot of analysis from our consultant, additional support from the EDAB subcommittee, great feedback that we received from the community advisory group. We're starting to work on drafting the rezoning framework. Our next meeting with the community advisory group is in late March. So we're hoping that we'll be able to present sort of a draft rezoning framework for discussion and feedback and be able to provide a clearer set of expectations that City Realty and, perhaps growth companies, which is the other property owner within the Phase 1 study area, can respond to. And then we are also working on finalizing a scope and a cost estimate for a transportation study for the project, which will address sort of that last key point from the previous slide. And that's the update.
Yeah, Meredith, could you please put the slide up that shows the entire study area?
Yes.
Thank you. Nope. Yeah, that's it there. So I'm going to just share some overall thoughts on on the project. I will say first, I'm growing increasingly uncomfortable and skeptical. You should just know that. So when this was presented to the board as a study, we're going to carve it off. Mike was chairing it. The whole area was to be studied. And we were going to create a vision for this incredible opportunity for that entire space, for a vision for the future. And that's the Chestnut Hill Commercial Study Area. A carrot was dangled in front of us by a developer that owns that I guess that would be southwest parcel. It was dangled in front of us. Look at this opportunity, or maybe a hotel, $9 million in revenue. And we bid. And instead of creating a vision for the future of this incredible area, a holistic vision that is a once in a lifetime opportunity, we've decided to focus on one little corner of it. And we haven't talked about the rest of it. And I'm increasingly thinking that is a mistake, because how we can focus just on one area, and we're totally responding to just a developer. It's not the vision for the community. It's the vision for the developer, right? We're getting a spot zoning proposal. And I appreciate that they want to do it. But I'm just increasingly uncomfortable that there is no vision for this area. And I think it's a mistake. I think we're missing an opportunity for something very special. Instead, we're focusing on a corner with a developer that wants to make, whatever they want to make. And I appreciate that they're willing to partner with the town, but it's not a vision for the town. It's a vision from the developer. And I'm really, really becoming skeptical of it. I'm skeptical of the whole approach, frankly, right now. That's just my view. I'm going to be honest with you, Mike, and I know I'm disappointing you at this point, but
more than disappointing.
I just don't get it. So that's my view.
When the town can become a developer, then we'll have the vision. Maybe one way of looking at it.
So let me address a couple of things, Paul. because what you're expressing on the face of it is reasonable, but I think you're missing a couple things.
It could be.
One is that when we first looked at this, we said there are really three distinct segments to this stretch. And in terms of density and height and so forth, each of those segments needs to be treated somewhat differently. They need to be treated somewhat differently, partly because of the ownership structure of each of them. So you have the City Realty site, except for the little strip of land along Tully Street that's a parking lot, it's a unified site. Then you have across the street on Tully Street, the growth companies own a substantial amount of property and are actually trying to acquire some more. And that is a second section rather, that probably needs a separate treatment based on the ownership pattern there, because there's one, the senior housing building is owned by somebody else. So you kind of look at the whole of that segment, but you can look at significant sections of it. And as I say, the density there may differ from the density that you're happy with in the westmost portion. And then the land ownership over from sort of certainly from Hammond Street over, but also along the first part of Sheaf Street is very fragmented. And there are a lot of residential properties there, small residential properties there that are affordable from the perspective of the current market. And something that Janice has pointed out is that we don't want to lose those. So while you can say there should be a unified vision, that unified vision has to be realistically proposed one section at a time. That's why it's broken up in our minds into those pieces. Let me finish, please.
And I appreciate that.
The second thing is, with regard to whose vision is this, it's really a challenge to come up with a vision absent anybody giving you a proposal that you can respond to. And to a very large extent, we've been certainly responding initially to City Realty's proposal as a proposal. Now what we have done is migrate to, and as Meredith expressed, we've migrated to saying, well, okay, now we see what the economics are of various kinds of development on, at least on that site, and really on other portions as well. We have this really good model that Ken Lewis has put together. We have a model that our consultant has put together. And we have knowledge from the EDAB subcommittee that the current zoning is not conducive to a viable commercial redevelopment. So the next question is, well, okay, to what kind of zoning do we want that is viable? And that's where the planning department is now.
So, and may I respond just for a moment? And I know I just dropped a big bomb on you. So, and I apologize for that, but you know, this has been gnawing at me for a while, for a whole bunch of reasons.
Well, does the explanation make any sense to you?
Well, your explanation makes sense. I just don't agree with it. You know, there's no vision. There's no vision for this area. There's no comprehensive broad vision for the future. And, you know, I appreciate Sandy and the work that she did with EDAB, because they actually took a step back from the proposal and they said, what are the opportunities here? What makes economic sense? What's viable? And they put the proposal aside. And but that's just for one corner of the area. Again, what was presented to us as the board when we initiated this study was this incredible opportunity for a vision of the future for the commercial area. And we've cordoned off a little corner and we're trying to shoehorn something in because we have a developer. And I'm sharing with you that I'm extremely uncomfortable. I think we are missing an opportunity for a broader, bigger, bolder vision for what could be done here. And we're stuck in responding to one proposal from one developer, barring what Sandy has brought forward, which I really appreciate the EDAB, because I think they put the proposal aside and said, what could you do here and what's feasible? But it's only for that corner. So I'm again, that's
Well, we're
my
not
logic.
voting on this, so.
No, I know, I'm just sharing it. I'm very, very skeptical with the direction that
And,
we're
and
going.
this is a very preliminary stage in the process.
And those are
so.
preliminary comments.
John,
I approach this a little bit differently, with some different questions. I'm not at all surprised that we're focused on this because there was we've waited a long time for the owners of properties, anywhere in Chestnut Hill West to show interest in, and to indicate that they have the opportunity because of tenancies that are going to expire. They have the opportunity to entertain an offer for their properties. And then the developer comes in and makes them an offer and consolidates the properties and has a plan to make a profit off of what they paid for that, all of the properties that are currently in that site. That doesn't happen every day. And it does put a certain amount of urgency into this process because the developer, if they get a sense that their vision for what they own is not going to be acceptable to the town, and they're going to lose their shirt waiting for the town to decide what it would accept on the site, they're going to look for another owner, and then we'll sort of enter into this cycle, which is all too familiar, of development being stalled, the properties becoming, worth less instead of worth more while we stall. So I think we're doing the right thing. I think, in fact, if there's anything about tonight that I'm disappointed in, it's that we've moved it from spring town meeting to fall. My concern, such as it is when I look at the current proposal, the way this has evolved, all of a sudden it's very much a residential proposal with minimal other than residential in it. There's a hotel, wonderful. There's age restricted housing. Of course, that's just a different form of residential. And then everything else is residential. So what happened to the long-term goal of a lively area with retail and offices, and lots of what they call daytime activity. Essentially, we're looking at a great big complex of residential housing from which people will come and go, but not an area of lively commercial activity. So I hope that somehow this evolves back to what the original, the original version of the division of hotel, residential, and commercial, and that's going to require some more work, obviously.
Can I ask Meredith to go back to, can you go down to, I think you've got a slide there about where we're going next, and then maybe one slide before that. Go ahead. Okay, so that's actually, John, you're right. And one of the things that that we're concerned about with the last version of the city realty proposal was that they had reduced the amount of commercial space, and not only that, but in the particular way that they designed it, as Carlos, who's on the community advisory group, pointed out, the way they designed it was very likely to make it non-viable. And so we're going back to saying, okay, we have to make some changes here in the zoning that we offer in order to push whoever develops, City Realty or anybody else, to include more commercial and integrate it better. The way they were doing things is, in order to avoid digging down to create parking spaces, they were basically raising the whole platform, and that essentially disengages it from the surrounding area, and we don't care for that. So the zoning that I think will emerge from this, the draft zoning that will emerge from this, will address that really important point that you've made. Absolutely.
Okay, that's good.
David.
A concern that I have is that some of the earlier versions that we saw from City Realty were touting 9 million in revenue growth. And there was a slide from the last presentation to the Chestnut Hill West Committee that it basically shows how much revenue is generated from the residential portion and how much from the commercial portion. And essentially, the residential portion, when you factor in increased costs from services that the town would provide, is a wash. So basically, the new residential growth almost matches 1-for-1 the increased costs that the town would bear in terms of services. The commercial side is what really generates the revenue. So I'm concerned about this precipitous drop in anticipated revenue, where now it would be, from the latest iteration, I believe it was about 1.275 million in new growth for the town. And for one of our final frontiers, that worries me.
There's a slide that shows that. I think would be appropriate to show it.
Well, actually, I was going to ask clarification. Are you talking about the example scenario that RKG presented as part of the fiscal impact model discussion? Is
That's
that the slide?
correct. Yes.
So that was an example. So we intentionally didn't want to plug in any of the City Realty numbers until we had the fiscal impact model finalized. And we got a lot of great feedback in terms of the assumptions from members of the community advisory group. There's a lot of overlap between the advisory committee and our community advisory group membership. So there's a lot of rich insights into the dynamics in the town budget. So we haven't plugged in any of those numbers to the fiscal impact model to get a sense of where that actually leaves us in terms of, given the residential and the commercial proposed, where does that leave us for net fiscal impact?
Well, isn't that what the RKG model was? And they had numbers. So
It was, so the presentation discussion at the last community advisory group meeting, the fiscal impact model was in draft form. So Eric was just giving an example of, if you were to plug in these hypothetical example, this is what it would get through the fiscal impact model. But there was a discussion of some of the assumptions baked into that community advisory group members had some very good feedback on, that we're looking to address those to finalize the fiscal impact model. So we haven't run the City Realty development proposal numbers yet.
all right. Would you agree, though, generally speaking, that commercial tends to raise far more revenue for a town than residential?
Yes, I would say that the complexity and what we're trying to balance is the insatiable market demand for residential. We had intended to move forward with a mixed-use rezoning for the entire study area, just from a good urban design principle. But, you know, in order to get things to pencil out, as we've seen with the City Realty, as the Economic Development Advisory Board Subcommittee has learned in reviewing their pro forma model, people are going to need the residential component in order to get something to pencil out. And you're going to need some additional residential density to make the ground floor commercial in particular successful. So we're looking to balance all of these factors. And I think we wanted to invest in developing the fiscal impact model to address the question and the issue that you're raising. So as we move forward and we have a rezoning concept and we can plug in development programs that would fit into that rezoning scheme, we want to be assured that we're heading in the right direction in terms of achieving the goals of net new tax growth.
Well,
Meredith, right across the street, there is tremendous commercial, 100% commercial mix. There's retail, there's restaurants, there's movie theaters, furniture store. It's remarkable. There's no residential there. They got to pencil it out. How come we can't pencil it out on our side?
I think there are a lot of factors that go into it. This is also the point in the conversation where I start looking around the room for Sandy Silk and Ken Lewis.
Sandy.
I would just in terms of factors, WS Development owns that entire property from Hannah Parkway to Hammond Street. They purchased the property 10 years ago. I think just those alone certainly have impacts on a pro forma analysis and what you would get to pencil out.
Since it's my first time up here, Sandy Silk, 124 Arlington Road.
Speaking.
Oh, sorry, Sandy Silk, 124 Arlington Road, here in my capacity as a member of EDAB. I'd also say that in addition to the comments about the timing in which WS purchased the parcels across the street, the fact that they had operating revenue for a long time on those parcels and essentially land banked for quite a while, the cinema site, for example. There's also a significant difference in the geometry of those sites, right? Those sites are deeper. It's a bigger site overall. So if you were to take on a map and overlay the sites, you're kind of comparing apples and a dump truck. If you're looking at the street across,
Okay.
if you're looking at the old Omni Foods, now Wegmans Center, again, there's a lot of different pieces at play there. So we need to look, as we look at the totality of what we have. We also, and I know you heard this, Counselor.
Counselor.
Sorry, Mr. Warren.
I'm the counselor here.
I'll refer as Mr.
I may need
Warren.
counseling, but I'm not a counselor.
You were on the EDAB call
Yes.
the other day, and EDAB is working to put together a commercial forum to actually help all of us better understand what the viability is for commercial on the office side. Because you're right, there's some valid points, and it's very hard to not look across the street and say, what are they doing over there? There's also critical mass, right? So there is something of, they've created a shopping district, a lifestyle center, because it is a single owner and they can manage the merchandising mix and control the rent.
And
right? So all those things are factors.
So Sadie, I think the thing that I'm going to focus on, what you said, that they've land banked it, they've had the land for a long time. So therefore they could do it economically. Perhaps City Realty overpaid for what they got, and therefore they're trying to overbuild for what we need, because that's the only way they can pencil it out.
And to address that point, part of our analysis on kind of looking at what, if you only built under the existing zoning, we actually wrote out the land value in one of those scenarios to kind of address that question, right? Was there any number that could have been paid to make something viable today? Because yes, the basis matters, but it's something that at least under EDAB role, we've been trying to ignore that, because it's not the town's job to make sure that and I say this as a developer, it is not the town's job to make sure that the developer is whole. It's the town's job to make, in my opinion, to make sure that we are providing zoning that meets our needs. And so that's kind of where EDAB has tried to be a guide, using the expertise that the members of EDAB bring to the table.
Can I add that the assessed value is about 50% higher than what they paid?
So they got a good deal.
Perhaps.
Maybe, maybe.
And just to be clear, so that, Sandy, so you understand, like, I'm not opposed to the site being upzoned. Like, that's not my issue here. The issue is that we're reacting as opposed to leading. That's what's going on for me. So.
Okay, thank you, Meredith.
Thank you.
And thank you, Sandy Silk. Next, ground floor commercial incentive. Welcome back. That's Meredith, right?
Nope.
Again, this is just a presentation and discussion of the draft ground floor commercial incentive standards. We're not going to be voting on this, but this is just presenting where we are, where we've gotten so far. Pardon me?
In 2 weeks' time is because your guidance to us was to come back here, present it to you, have a public hearing, and then go. So this is the initial presentation, and then there'll be a public hearing.
Perfect.
Great. So I'm back. Sandy Silk, 124 Arlington Road, here in my capacity as a member of the EDAB working group that worked on the ground floor commercial investment program. You may recall that we were here a few months ago in, I believe it was July, before you. So by way of just reminding everybody where we've been, the ground floor commercial incentive provision was approved at town meeting. And then the select board was given the directive to approve actually the guidelines for implementation of what we refer to as the GFCI. We previously it was bifurcated into two pieces, one piece for the Harvard Street zoning, which was fully approved by all of you after presentations and conversation. And so we are back here for the second half of it, which is to expand the approval to include the GFCI across all of the commercial districts within the town, as was approved at town meeting. So it's really the guidelines for that. This is pretty straightforward, in my opinion. You may not think so, I'll be curious. But essentially what we have looked at as, did I get that right? So what you're going to find as I go through the presentation is this is essentially just duplicating what we did for Harvard Street and matching up the rest of the town to what the Harvard Street zoning is specifically to these commercial areas. So we're not going through the whole all the background and presentation that we did before. We can come back and refresh memory if that's necessary. But essentially tonight, we just wanted to hit the highlights and identify where the true change is, as opposed to going back over everything that was already approved. Just as a reminder for everyone, the ground floor commercial incentive sets guidelines for baseline tenant improvements, and landlords will implement those baseline improvements or set aside dollars to cover those improvements. In exchange for doing so, under the terms of the guidelines, the developer may then realize what I refer to as a higher level of affordability in lieu of the town's 15% inclusionary at 50% AMI. The developer can provide 15% affordable units at 70% AMI. So the benefit to the developer for doing this work on the ground floor is that they get higher rents in the affordable units upstairs, but they are still fully affordable at a different level of affordability, which we also think helps diversify the affordable options within the town. Other things within the guidelines, it specifies minimum dimensional requirements. And this is just reminding everyone that it's not town meeting, it's the select board that will approve the guidelines, and the standards and guidelines are enforced by the building commissioner as if it's part of the zoning bylaw. Again, we came before you in July and got approval on Harvard Street. The other mixed use districts were to be approved by March 1st, which is why we're here at the beginning of February. So we felt it would be important to kind of highlight all the areas in town that would be covered by this. So the areas in orange are identified as the areas that are eligible for the ground floor commercial incentive. The area of Harvard Street is highlighted in here as well. There's a few oddities, I'm just going to call them out, that technically qualify for mixed use zoning over kind of in my neighborhood in South Brookline, near Sewell and near the transfer station. Those are really industrial areas, and they are town owned, but technically they would fall under this if those areas were ever to be redeveloped. But you can see the orange areas are highlighted. Truly, the only amendment we're recommending between what was previously approved for Harvard Street and what we're asking for approval on now is that for purposes of any developer wanting to utilize the GFCI, the commercial space must be at least 30 feet deep. The current bylaws require 15 feet, and that's for 60% of the frontage. And the reason for this is we're trying to incent developers to help support a more vibrant retail experience in these commercial districts. And to do so, we want to make sure that we're providing kind of market acceptable retail space, whether it's restaurant, I'm not defining what that commercial use is, but that it will actually work, as opposed to something that you might have inherited from a previous generation project. It's a best practice nationwide. It's consistent with what we did at Harvard Street. The current bylaw is not really market standard today. And we did socialize this with several developers, several retail operators, as well as some investors, and no one expressed concern about that. And then this really just kind of highlights the reciprocal benefits. Again, as Meredith said, it's always hard to read a slide with a lot of numbers on it, but the gist is that there is a differential in rent that a developer will receive for 70% AMI units versus 50% AMI units. That's the incentive for the developer that they get in exchange for this. I've referred to it as an infrastructure investment in the base building that we believe will help incent a variety of retailers and more independent operators who may have less experience with build out to move into these types of spaces. And lastly, we know you're not voting tonight, but one of the things we really want to kind of make is that we would recommend that the select board ratify the use of the GFCI standards across the town's mixed-use districts, and really kind of, again, highlighting that the real change here for the townwide zoning is just about the equivalent physical size requirements. I think Maria Morelli may be online. She may not be, but Maria has directly been kind of on the front lines, as she always is, with folks pursuing zoning questions, et cetera. And there has been some interest already in the GFCI along Harvard Street. Nobody has kind of gone all the way through the process. It's too early for that. But if there are questions about where we are and what interest there's been, I just wanted to highlight that Maria is available to answer those.
Great.
And I believe that's the end.
Mike?
Sandy, I wonder if you could go back to the slide about the 60-foot setback.
It's not a 60-foot setback. It's basically requiring that the commercial space
Okay,
be a
got it.
minimum of 30 feet deep for 60% of the frontage.
Sorry, thank you.
Because
very much.
what we want to do here is make sure that these spaces are adding to our commercial districts.
Okay, I misunderstood, and I'm very glad that you corrected me because
Happy
I
to
was
clarify.
concerned about something. Yep.
Well,
Yeah, I just, so Sandy, you may not be, Maria probably needs to answer this question, but, so these are, I completely agree with this. This is great. But would we need a zoning change?
No,
We don't need to submit it to?
No, it's already been approved by town meeting.
Okay.
So that was part of the warrant article. Do you remember when?
I thought there was I thought Maria said there was something else in another.
Maria's on.
Could we ask Maria?
Hi. Yep. I'm sorry that my video is not enabled, but I am here. Could you just clarify your question, Paul?
Yep, Maria. So, and I thought you answered this for me at, when I asked this at EDAB. And I thought the answer was, so I asked about the 15 to 30 feet.
Yeah.
And I thought the 15 feet was somewhere else in the zoning bylaw that we would need to change because it wasn't within the MBTA zoning.
Right. So to clarify, if you look under use 6, and this is outside of Harvard Street, you'll see in use 6 that there is a requirement of the 15 feet minimum for 60% of the frontage. We're saying just for the purposes of the GFCI, you need to have the 30 feet. So you don't have to go to town meeting because you're not changing the bylaw. It's still 15 feet if you don't use the incentive.
Okay, thank you. Let's make it clear. Thank you, Maria.
David, you have your hand up?
Yes, just regarding the change from the 15 feet depth to 30 feet, is there any concern that that might actually discourage people from using this incentive if they're not quite willing to fully commit to the 30, but maybe they would with 15 to 20?
We don't believe so. And because that was, as you may recall, before we came in July, we had pretty well socialized this with brokers, with existing operators, with developers, and even investors, right? And one of the questions was, do you see any, I'll call it a fatal flaw in what we've proposed here? And the brokers in particular felt that, you know, they want spaces that they can readily market and lease up. And they felt that the 30 feet would help make those spaces more marketable. So the sense was that this would be, this is a welcome change.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Next, warrant articles. And Melissa, I'm sorry, Melissa Goff is, there she is.
Hello.
You're gonna lead us through this, this part of the agenda.
Sure. So the warrant is going to be closing on the 20, sorry, in 2 weeks, the warrant will be closing on I believe it's on a Wednesday. But yeah.
The 26th.
Thank you. And the board typically has this item on their agenda as a way to discuss any potential warrant articles that you may be working on, that you're looking to have board sponsorship, whether it be through committees or other avenues. I'm not aware of any that the board specifically is going to be filing. I'm trying to keep a running list to see what we have coming in. But typically we have this item as a way to kind of make sure that people are aware before the warrant closes of any other work that might be going on. In addition, last week you heard from Representative Vitolo that gave the status of the home rule petitions, and you have this memo in your packet that describes the status of all those home rule petitions. So this was just another opportunity for the board to kind of close that out, whether or not you want to take any further action, or whether or not you're okay with where things stand. So just opening it up for the board.
Okay, Paul?
I want a clarification. So the refiling the home rule petitions, is that part of this discussion now, or is that another agenda item?
Yes, this discussion.
Oh, it is this discussion? Yep. Okay.
It's part of the warrant article.
So I have a little bit of comment. I guess I was thinking this was something different, but I did want to talk about the home rule petitions. And I have thought probably too much and too deep about this issue, but I do want you to know I did spend time on it. And I just need to find my notes, if you'll be able to give me in a second. Actually, they're probably on my computer at home. So here's the thing that I'm wrestling with. There are a number of climate-oriented articles that were filed. And I'm now the liaison to ZIAB. And each one of those, I feel, except for one, I feel pretty strongly that we should probably refile them for a whole host of reasons. And speaking with State Rep Vitolo, he shared with me that the one that was about aggregating meters or something, there was an aggregated meter charge. He said that the 2024 climate bill that the state legislation passed, that it included a portion of what was actually in that home rule petition. And so, he thought perhaps it might make sense to have ZIAB or staff look at that to see if it needs to be changed, because the state legislature already covered a portion of it. So if it does need to be changed, it'd have to go back to town meeting. But the other articles, the other ZIAB articles, and I think we got an email from Kathleen Scanlon about this. I would advocate that they be refiled. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't support the other articles, rent control or the ranked choice voting personally. And frankly, I think one or two of the ZIAB articles I probably did not support. But I feel on a principled basis, it would be strange for me to say we should file the ZIAB ones, but not the other ones, rent control and ranked choice voting, because I don't know. I don't feel like I should be in a position of picking winners and losers, because I sit on the board. Town meeting did vote in favor of these things, and I think we should afford them the opportunity to go to the state legislature, and who am I to say no? So the only one that I would suggest we maybe hold off on and we have time, we don't have to vote all of these, is that one that has to do with aggregated meters, and see if it still makes sense to file it as is, because I think they took some action. So that's my view.
I'm sorry, Mike.
Yeah. I agree. I think the principle that we need to follow is the town meeting voted these, and it's our job to listen to town meeting at least most of the time. And certainly when it comes to home rule petitions, unless we think there's something, terribly wrong with it, I think we should follow their lead.
But haven't these been submitted to the legislature, rejected or not acted on?
It depends on, well, there's quite a long list that Tommy has put together, and he tells us where something has gone. And as a practical matter, something, as he says, can get to a third reading and still not get anywhere because it doesn't have enough traction. So there's quite a range there. There were some things that never got to, were just set aside for study, which is another word for forget about
But
it.
the ones that really had a chance were passed into law.
Not
Well,
necessarily.
I had asked Tommy this specifically. Does the status mean anything? The stage that it got to? And he said, no, you shouldn't read into that. The ones that pass, and the ones that didn't, they didn't get there. But you shouldn't read into that any particular acceptance or willingness of the legislature to deal with them. There's a whole million reasons why they made
One way or the other. Doesn't.
Right.
David?
What Tommy also told us, though, was that you only get to resubmit twice without going back to town meeting. So I think we certainly want to winnow the list on that basis. Beyond that, I agree with Paul and Mike that whether I agree or disagree with the warrant article that led to a home rule petition being recommended for the select board to send to the state legislature, I think we need to respect the will of town meeting. So I would support resending the home rule petitions that are still eligible for consideration without going back to town meeting.
Okay, so send them to the legislature second time.
Right.
And I would only suggest, Bernard, that one that Tommy said, a portion of it was incorporated into the climate bill in 2024. There's some portion of it that wasn't. It wouldn't make sense to just refile the same thing because they've already taken care of it. We may want to have someone look at that. And of course, we could vote it in a couple of weeks, but someone should look at it and find out whether it needs to be refiled or not.
Well, okay, if we don't know the answer to that at least should go. or
We should
be
wait.
put
We should
off for
pause.
that.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
So which
suggesting.
one is that?
It's the aggregate one. Is it?
Well,
I don't-
what's the number or how's it?
S-1285.
S-1285, okay. The warrant article 23 of November 2022. That's 3 years old. Or 2.5, I guess. Okay, so we're gonna get more information on that one. So what other ones do you want to resubmit to the legislature?
All the ones that say that, resubmission.
Whatever's
action.
eligible.
There's,
Everything?
Well,
Yeah.
they're listed there on the table in the appendix. The list
I
says
have it, yeah.
requires select board resubmission or something. There's 4 or 5.
Okay, so let's go, John?
Sorry, I've been hoping to get ready to make a couple of suggestions. Because I'm not totally on board with all of these, and I'll tell you why in a second on a few of them. I think everybody's got the right idea, which is, why should we stand in the way of the will of town meeting? But there's a couple instances where things have changed dramatically, and there's at least one instance where the will of town meeting was very weakly expressed, WEAK. So the three that I think we can sort of do nothing about, just leave it alone. One is ranked choice voting. I just think that impulse has pretty much flagged. It was not enthusiastically voted by town meeting. And I think it's one of those ones that is not going to go anywhere in the legislature, and we could spare Tommy the trouble of having to fight for it. Authorize rent stabilization was a very narrow vote. It was like by a 5-vote margin. And a lot has changed since that vote was taken. And we're sort of facing questions about whether that would drive away development from Brookline. We're facing sort of changed attitudes towards that in some other communities. And we're also facing some very, and maybe creative is the best word to describe, approaches to it that weren't sort of envisioned in what town meeting voted. So I think town meeting deserves a chance to take a second look at this before we go to the legislature and say, this is how Brookline feels about rent stabilization, because I think the vote was so narrow and circumstances and other ideas have come along in a way that might change how town meeting votes when they get a second bite at the apple. So I wouldn't submit that one. And then the one that's, I hope isn't too controversial, but I suspect it will be. I don't think we should resubmit, impose a real estate transfer fee, in large part because a lot of effort went into adopting a community preservation act for Brookline. We succeeded in doing it. And we always have the option of going from 1% to something higher than 1%. On the Community Preservation Act. And from a revenue perspective and from a housing incentivizing perspective, that can get us some money much faster than fighting for a real estate transfer fee in the legislature. And I just don't see the point in burdening our legislative delegation with fighting for something that they're probably not going to get at this point.
Which one's the real, where's that one, John?
That one I don't think is actually eligible
That's
right
not
now for
eligible.
refile. It would have to go back to town meeting.
Well, I apologize for not making that distinction. Yes, we would have to be the initiator of taking it back to town meeting again. I'd be interested to have the discussion if someone else wants to take it back to town meeting, but I'm not even sure it was at our initiative that it went to town meeting in the first place.
Okay.
Like,
So first of all, I think rent control is a really terrible idea. And I voted against it in town meeting, but town meeting by whatever majority.
5 votes.
Five
That was
votes.
it.
Majority is a majority. I
Majority is
think we all
majority.
agreed with that in the past when it came to national elections. So I think, as you say, I think it's a terrible idea, and if it gets to a legislative committee and there's an opportunity to testify and say that, I would do that. But just the same, I think we should refile it. With regard to real estate transfer fee versus CPA, CPA is applied uniformly across the town to all of the properties. A real estate transfer fee only is collected at the point of a gain being monetized.
Right.
And so if you're looking for an opportunity to get money when people actually have it in their pockets, that is the real estate transfer fee.
But if
And whether you agree with the idea or not, it is a much more progressive, for lack of a better term, progressive in economic terms.
No, I'm not so sure.
But guys, it's not on our list tonight to take any action.
Well, if it's not on the list, then, okay, I'm not looking at the list right in front of me. I'm responding to John.
Wait, I thought you said it is on the list, but not.
Well, but
only for town meeting approval.
We'd have to resubmit it to town.
It's in that category of, we would have to go to town meeting and ask
Okay, we don't
for
wanna go.
approval of it. It wasn't our initiative in the first place.
Okay.
All right, and if it's not a matter of, I beg your pardon, if it's not a matter of something that can be resubmitted, then I agree with you. Yeah.
Okay. So how do you want to deal with this? Why don't we go through the ones that we can resubmit and just vote?
Do one at a time, or you want to do
Yeah,
them
one
as
at
a
a
slate?
time.
Do you mind if I mention one more? No, I guess I don't have to mention one more. I mean, as a perfect example of how town meeting doesn't always vote the same as the last time it looked at something, and I think Tommy pointed this out when he was here, the 16-year-old vote was one that, Tommy was asked to advocate for. But then it turned out when it went back to town meeting a second time, town meeting declined to ask for it to be sought in the legislature. So
Okay.
the town meeting can change its mind.
Okay, so let's start with warrant article 16, November 2023, authorizing rent stabilization. Does anyone want? Well, okay, let's just vote. Who wants to submit that? John, do you?
The question is, does anyone want to submit it to town
Motions.
meeting?
The motion is to send a local approval letter for authorizing rent stabilization, Article
Right,
16.
to the legislature.
Yep.
No,
So moved.
Okay.
Wait a minute, excuse me, I'm lost, because I thought we just agreed that, is it, which one is this?
Rent stabilization.
Oh, rent stabilization.
Rent sta-
I'm sorry. Yeah, thank
Okay.
you. That would go to the legislature,
Right,
sorry.
so who wants to do that? John?
No.
Okay, Mike?
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
Oh, okay, Chair votes no. Okay, it's going to the legislature. Ranked choice voting. John?
No.
Mike?
I was the liaison to the Ranked Choice Voting Committee. Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
And chair votes no. Betterment Loan Program for the funding of electrification initiatives. John?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
And I supported this back in the old days, so I'll say yes too. Authorize amendments to Brookline's Community Choice Aggregation Plan. Do we even know what these?
This is the one
these
you
are
wanted to
things
hold.
about?
Is this,
Yeah,
is this the one that has the multiple meter charges?
No, hold on.
Okay, so we're holding that, and we'll get more information. Who's gonna get us this information? Are we asking Melissa to do that?
We can pull it. There are-
Okay.
Paul can
Okay,
answer,
so
yeah,
we'll,
right.
we'll wait for that. Authorize, green zoning bylaws and regulations. So what is that about? Before we vote.
I had looked all these up and they're on my computer at home.
I
I actually had a whole document.
I don't have the language in front of me.
But I think that three of us here have expressed that regardless of our own personal opinions,
And regardless, we
where
don't know anything about what the.
correct, because
requirement
town meeting decided that they felt this should be a home rule petition. They made that determination despite admonitions that unless a home rule petition is rooted in something that's truly unique to that particular community, it's very unlikely to pass. And I'm in agreement with that sentiment. And I have voted no on most of these warrant articles as an individual. But by the same token, from a democratic perspective, I'm not comfortable saying that I'm going to ignore the will of town meeting. So regardless as to what it was,
It's not a democratic operation.
Okay, so
We represent our constituents, and yes, it's for us to make our judgment as to what makes sense.
I actually found the work I did this afternoon. I stuck it in my folder. So Article 25, warrant Article 25 was a petition for a special act regarding green zoning. This article proposed authorizing the town to implement zoning bylaws and regulations aimed at promoting environmentally sustainable development practices.
Sounds pretty good.
Okay,
Sort of a
John, yes or
apple
no?
pie.
Yes.
Mike,
I'm not sure this one actually means anything, but yes.
Paul,
Yes.
David,
yes.
and because it doesn't mean anything,
Yes.
okay. How about this imposed methane emissions? We know.
Article 26 was a petition for a special act regarding methane emission surcharge. The article proposes authorizing the town to impose a surcharge aimed at reducing methane emissions. So basically, there's a surcharge on your gas bill that goes into a fund that can then be used for electrification.
Right.
Okay, John, do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, Mike?
So I happen to think it's not a very good idea, but I have to vote yes.
Okay, Paul?
And I believe I voted against it at town meeting and I got hell for it. So, but I'm still going to say yes.
David?
Yes.
I'm going to assert my agency and say no. Okay, so that's, we made those decisions.
All right.
We will have to live with them.
Well, there's more,
Tom.
more,
It's more Tommy
there's
than-
more to the list, though.
Yeah, but
Those are all the ones that you can send back.
yeah.
Except, so we'll come back with more information about 1285.
Oh, okay, because there's this whole set of ones that we would have to go to town meeting for.
Oh,
Yeah, those are the ones that failed twice.
So, yeah, let's let town meeting, if somebody wants to refile those and
Yeah.
bring them back to town meeting.
So suddenly you've changed to,
Oh, no.
if they want to file it? they
This
can
is,
file it.
this is a matter of listening to what the town meeting wants to do and is still eligible. If something's not eligible, there's no I'm not particularly interested in refiling.
And insanity is defined by same thing over and over and expecting a different result. If we go back to town meeting and say reauthorize the same thing to go back to the legislature, I mean, we can be insane once, but to ask town meeting to be insane twice is.
It's bad being insane once.
Does that apply to
Okay,
tax
so,
for low and moderate
Um,
income?
Sounds like we're done.
That, this meeting is over.
I actually have a related question. So we were docketed to also address warrant articles and potential warrant articles that the select board might take up.
Yeah.
So a question that I have for our town administrator, my understanding is that it is possible to have a bylaw that would allow for public use of private lots during certain designated times. Could you elaborate on that?
Yes, so the city of Cambridge did this, but I was doing some research into it. We would be nowhere near ready to do it this town meeting, unfortunately. The concept, the actual language behind that required amendments to both their zoning code and their regular municipal ordinances. And it was very much on a case-by-case basis. I can circulate the memo from their head of public works to the, or their head of planning, sorry, to the select board. But it's a fairly in-depth process that required a lot of zoning work. So I wouldn't recommend taking up that article now, given the bandwidth of the planning department. But what I can do is send that information around to the board and talk to the planning team and see where we are on that.
We also have plenty of time in the sense that this is a response to the possible loss of parking spaces. That won't happen for some significant period of time.
And I will say the other part of this is the individual lots that we control, for example, the parking lot here at Town Hall, the municipal lots, we don't control it, the schools do, but the lot at Driscoll. Those are areas where we could do spot work, potentially, without necessarily having to do the global. But I do think that, I do think that that global concept is something that's definitely piqued interest in the community, and we want to.
What is it?
So how would that work? Would we put meters in?
It basically
Okay.
lets private
Private
lot owners rent out, charge and rent them out, similar to the arrangement that's with, we have with the garage, in Coolidge
Marriott?
Corner.
So basically, they'd be renting them out to, for example, employees of businesses.
Yes,
I mean, it wouldn't be shoppers.
or there'd be public parking. There'd be
Could be
opportunity for
public parking.
Certain.
So Jess, there are private lot owners that currently lease spaces.
That's correct.
Right? So I mean, it's not much of a difference,
No,
right?
it's-
You're leasing it
again,
for an hour versus.
This is the thing, is that, when Cambridge did this, there's just a huge amount of zoning work that they had to undo and then redo.
It's also a matter of the town being able to direct someone to allow this.
Private lot, yeah.
Yeah, that's different.
Have we had conversations with the owners of private lots about them willingly making such arrangements?
I don't know the answer to that. I can ask the planning team, but I think,
Not yet, in all probability.
right. I think the answer to that is probably, except in specific projects, not yet. It has been a global conversation.
Are there any other warrant articles that have been under early discussion?
So there are a couple articles one of the big thing that's going to come up this time around that I think is going to be helpful is with the transition to the E-code. It's my hope that there's going to be one big omnibus correction of the bylaws. And once that, under the clerk's office, so the clerk's office is hopefully going to submit that. And once that happens and we get the E-code together, I think it's going to be much easier to identify some of these things. One of the things that's been on my list for a little while as a potential thing to bring back to the board is the noise bylaw. Tightening up the noise bylaw. There's some language in there that's vague, making it a little clearer whose responsibility is to provide notice, and all of that. But other than that, there aren't issues that we're identifying that need warrant articles to correct. And what we typically want to do is create situations where warrant articles provide broad flexibility, and then there's a narrower, the warrant articles are broad enough to provide for regulations, and then the regulations which you implement provide for the flexibility to implement those articles. I'm sorry, there is one other thing that town council reminded me of, adopting the municipal hearing officer statute. There's an opt-in statute that allows you to appoint a formal municipal hearing officer to hear certain matters. Right now, some of those things are heard by the select boards. Oftentimes you designate a hearing officer, as you did with the cannabis issue. It would be, I think, I would recommend that the board adopt that, accept that, accept that state law, and allow you to appoint a municipal hearing officer on a formal basis, and, follow the state rules for that.
Does the board adopt it or seek approval of town meeting?
So the board would submit the article to town meeting.
Town meeting, yeah.
Town meeting would have to adopt it.
And there is one thing that's been on my mind, and it would take November or next May, but just general, we've talked about notification.
Yeah.
General notification about stuff. There's just, how far you reach abutters. It's just.
And the mechanism for doing.
It's all over the place. So we could certainly, there's opportunities for improvement, I think, there.
I think once the general bylaws get cleaned up this time around, there's going to be a real opportunity for us to kind of drill in, as opposed to what we have now, which is looking at
all
several
over the
different
place,
pieces of
yeah.
paper and not knowing what's been amended when. It's not a good way to do business.
All right.
Okay, so unless there's any post-meeting public comment, meeting ends. Thank you.
Paul, there is one thing I want to mention to you about Chestnut Hill. And